Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the October 6th Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Treasurer Augustine. Treasurer Augustine? I'll say yes. Well, let's start here, I'm sorry. Superintendent Murphy, please introduce our wonderful students who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, ma'am. Today we have the students from Covedale Elementary School, where their principal is Mr. Michael McGowan. Please rise.
All rise.
Covedale Colts, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job.
That was good.
Thank you to our Covedale students. Treasurer Augustine, please call the attendance roll.
Mr. Craig.
Here.
Mr. Crossett. Here. Mr. Lindy.
Here.
Ms. Mapp.
Here.
Mrs. Weinberg.
Here.
Vice President Bolton.
Present.
President Moffitt.
Here. Vice President Bolton, please explain the virtual hearing of the public process.
Thank you, I certainly will. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your request for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information.
I need a motion and a second to approve the October 6th business meeting agenda.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Treasurer Augustine, please call the voting roll.
Mr. Craig.
Yes.
Mr. Crossett.
Yes.
Mr. Lindy.
Yep.
Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice President Bolton.
Yes.
President Moffitt.
Yes. Tonight's agenda is approved as posted. Do board members have any acknowledgements or announcements? Well, I will say I had an opportunity to attend the SCPA Motown music event along with my colleague, board member Mapp, and it was groovy and we was jamming. I think your little one had a great time.
Yeah, we had an enjoyable time at the Motown Review hosted by SCPA, the SCPA Fund. And yes, my mom, my daughter, we all had a phenomenal time. So it was such a fun and great experience.
I looked up and your mom was jamming. I was like, okay, go ahead, Mom. She had a great time. And I do want to apologize for us coming out late from exec session. So I apologize to the public for that. Any other board member? Board Member Weinberg.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of reiterate or state that I'd shared with the board members, Euler School, there was a 5th grade class that they did an energy conservation little cute video. So if you all get a chance, please check your email, check it out. And it was really exciting to see our students doing some great work.
Thank you. Board members, you did get that email. And I think the public can check it out too. We'll make sure it gets on the site.
Thanks.
Anything else? Board Member Mapp.
I also wanted to just highlight the SCPA Orchestra because those were our student performers and they did a phenomenal job at the Motown Review. So I think we would be remiss if we did not highlight the great work that they did.
Good job. Well, let's clap it up. Let's clap it up for them. Superintendent Murphy, please present any announcements and retirements that you may have.
Yes, ma'am. So no retirements, but I have 2 announcements / kudos. The first, on the next slide, I wanted to introduce everybody to our new CPS EDGE internship program. And EDGE stands for Experiences That Drive Growth and empowerment. This is coming out of the Office of Secondary Education. And what this is something we've talked about for a long time, but we have students engaged with our departments here at the Education Center in Iowa Street. We currently have 5 departments engaged in this effort: facilities, IT, student dining, athletics, and marketing and comms. And we have 7 students from across the district placed with each of the departments, getting an internship and hands-on experience with what they actually do in their departments. So this has started. Matter of fact, I met one young man today who's in the facilities department, Mr. Henderson, who is a senior at Riverview East Academy. But you can see the other schools that are getting this started with us, and we're super excited about this opportunity to explore careers and the types of skills that are needed for right here in our school district. So kudos to those departments, those schools, and those students.
Let's clap that up. Thank you. Oh, Board Member Crossett. I'm sorry.
Can I ask you a question now or about?
About what you just,
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Are the internships paid?
The internships are not paid. Yes. That is one of the pieces that we've asked the foundation to work on for us, but at this time, they're not paid. I do have a second, if
Yeah.
that's okay. And then the second one, members of the senior leadership team are going to assist me very quickly. Thank you. Next week, there is a special day on the calendar, but we wanted to use this time because it is the scheduled meeting time where we want to demonstrate a little appreciation for all of our school board members. So members of the senior leadership team have something for each of you.
Aw, this is so cool. Thank you. Thank you. Well, let's open it now so we can say thank you. Oh, man. Okay, so this is like so much fun. Yes, thank you. And just so you know, the public knows what it says. Did anyone open up theirs yet? This is. Did you not open this? I wanted you to tell. It says what? Boss lady things. That is so cool. And men, I know you don't have that. So what does yours say? Board Member Craig is opening.
I got a bag that says boss lady.
Yeah.
No, I got some of these fabulous pens that say relentless, unstoppable, and courageous. So thank you very much.
Cool. I like it. Well, thank you so much. That is such a thoughtful gift.
Thank you, thank you.
Feels like Christmas time. Vice President Bolton, the chair is now yours to conduct our hearing of the public.
Thank you very much.
Superintendent Murphy, were you done? Were you done? Did I cut you off? Okay, I'm sorry. You're welcome. Go ahead.
We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you have any materials or presentations wanting to be distributed to the board, please give them to Board Administrative Assistant Phyllis Davis. If you're online, once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon and go to Interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any of your questions that you might raise. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel matters. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again, and as you transition back to the live stream meeting. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be as respectful as possible to all listeners. Thank you very much. Tonight, I know we have at least 2 in-person speakers. And Rob, do we have anybody online? Nobody online. So we will start with Tarana Boyd. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good evening, President Moffitt, members of the board, and Superintendent Murphy. As you know, my name is Tarina Boyd,
Okay.
and I am here as a parent and a representative of We Excel Cincinnati. I stand before you tonight because this meeting where you set the performance goals for Superintendent Murphy is the single most important action you will take all year. It is where you turn our community's values into measurable accountability. I have watched the news and seen the genuine wins we all celebrate of our excellent high schools, the high Algebra 1 pass rate, and increasing graduation rates for students of color. We are grateful for that progress. But from my perspective as a parent, your celebrations are premature. The data forces us to confront a crisis of values that directly contradicts your own governing documents. Our district is allowing failure in our lowest performing schools. We cannot uphold the standard of we are here for all kids when the data shows that more than 60% of our low-income students do not pass the 3rd grade reading exam. Just let that sink in. This is a clear failure to meet the board's explicit reading proficiency goal outlining your goals and guardrails. It means we're allowing children to pass from the 3rd to 4th grade without the fundamental skills they need to succeed. The results are alarming. The reading proficiency gap between students in poverty and their more affluent peers have increased to almost 51%. These numbers are insane. This is not a slight discrepancy. This is a widened chasm of educational opportunity. The outcome is in direct violation of Board Policy 2255, equity and excellence, in education. I demand that the goals you set tonight prioritize 2 things above all else: a relentless focus on improving 3rd grade reading scores for our most vulnerable students, a clear measurable target to shrink the size of the 51% achievement gap, and finally, serving a link between a child's zip code and their future. I thank you for this time, and I also want to say it's time for us to move from celebration to accountability. Our children's future depends on this rigorous, equitable goals you set tonight. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We do have an additional speaker that is meeting with Ms. Davis at this time. That's it. All right. Kimberly Hughes.
Good morning. Lord Jesus, good evening, everyone. I am a parent, also an employee for CPS, and I'm here today in regards to, I have 2 children that's in elementary, they attend Midway School, and I've been having issues with nursing. And it's very hard and frustrating to take my kids to school and find out there's no nurse or nothing. I have a child with asthma, and I have a child who has type 1 diabetes, who has to have insulin. And when there's no nurse, it pulls me from coming to do my job where it's here. I can't do it because I have to leave and go get. So I am hoping to speak with you guys so it can never be a surprise. Hey, we never heard about it, know about it, or what's going on. But it's very frustrating as to be an employee for the same people and have children in the school system, and I'm not getting all the services that should be for my children as they go to attend school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to share with us which school or?
Midway
Okay.
Elementary.
Superintendent? Appreciate you coming this evening. Our last speaker tonight is the president of the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers, Julie Sellers. As some of you will, as regular viewers, will know that president of the CFT has not the 2-minute required limit that others have. And so, Ms. Sellers, please share what your issues might be tonight and suggestions. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board. As a Cincinnati educator and as the CFT union president, I want to remind the board that teachers come to school every day committed to preparing every student to the best of their ability, despite increasingly draconian cuts to the budget that have created larger class sizes, reduced supports for students with disabilities, growing numbers of chronically absent students, and housing instabilities that create a churn of mobility within our city. Mr. Lindy's op-ed unfortunately echoes a familiar and misleading narrative, one that blames public schools and educators for systemic failures that stem from broader social, political, and economic neglect. It's not our teachers who have failed. It's our city, our state, and our federal governments that have failed to adequately invest in our students and schools. Teachers want what every parent and community member wants, to see their students grow and thrive. But the solutions proposed by policymakers and administrators often differ greatly than what classroom teachers know their students truly need. Teachers already use multiple data points to understand where students are academically and emotionally. What they don't need is another layer of test prep vendors, standardized assessments, or administrators walking around with clipboards. What our students do need is access to rich, engaging curriculum, lessons that build vocabulary, foster critical thinking, and encourage hands-on and project-based learning. That's how students learn. Teachers want to nurture creativity and deep understanding, not train students to take a test. To make that possible, schools need proper staffing and resources to create safe and supportive environments. Every student deserves smaller class sizes, adequate mental health supports, and access to materials that make learning exciting and relevant. Our students in Cincinnati deserve the same level of investment and opportunity that students in wealthier districts like Sycamore, Marymount, Indian Hill, that they already enjoy. Test prep is not a path to equity. It's a failed experiment designed by vendors to profit off the backs of our students. Real equity will come only when elected politicians stop treating education as a competition and start funding it as a foundation of a just and thriving democracy. We in Cincinnati are being harmed financially worse than any other district in the state, but yet teachers are coming to school every single day to have pressure put on them that is not in the best needs of students. I was a teacher for 20 years, and before all of this crazy stuff really started, and our kids learned through hands-on science, hands-on reading activities, social studies. We had debates. We did everything. But we cannot continue to educate our students with a test prep mentality when we already have multiple data sets that teachers have access to on a regular basis. So thank you very much. And I hope that this evening you will start thinking about how is it that we are going to move forward as a district. Are we going to teach critical thinking and skills that our students need in the 21st century? Or are we going to go to this reform model of test prep without having real content-rich instruction? Nobody up here went to school under those circumstances. And there's no child in the world who likes going to school in those kind of circumstances either. So we have to, as we are thinking about how we are going to move forward, another vendor is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sellers. President Moffett, that concludes tonight's hearing of the public.
Thank you. Policy Committee Chair Lindy, please update the board about the commemoration of school facilities policy, 7250.
Thank you. We have a couple different policies coming before the board following our September policy meeting. The first one makes, I think, an important change to the input that we consider in naming schools, chiefly that it adds student voice. So this is us keeping the same policy we have. The only thing that we're recommending that we add is that part of what gets taken into consideration in the naming of a new school are recommendations that come from students. So the policy is available on board docs. You'll see there's just a single change which adds students to the set of inputs. This received, Member Mapp or Member Weinberg can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think pretty unanimous support from everybody on the committee.
Correct, and also we wanted to make sure that we spelled this out and separated from the consent agenda, because I know that this had a lot of discussion from Board Member Bolton in terms of us moving forward with the naming of the school. So we wanted to make sure that we honored that and gave room and opportunity to have discussion about it.
Thank you. Did you have anything?
That's it. Sorry.
No, my colleagues summed it up very well. We just wanted to make sure that we included student voice.
Board Member, Vice President Bolton.
Yes, I think it's a wonderful addition. I feel very strongly about it. As a matter of fact, some weeks ago, I believe it was a social studies assignment maybe at the School for the Creative and Performing Arts. And they weren't talking about changing their name. But a number of students did some research as to some of the unsung heroes of the past in Cincinnati Public. And doing the research, they actually came up with a few, but particularly one person that they felt had been overlooked for a long period of time, and that perhaps we ought to be thinking about it. So the student voice is not just about their own school, but the idea of student voice of how the young people are researching, or how the staff begins to get us ready for our bicentennial as a district. And maybe we can, it'll be a great avenue to open up the doors, so to speak, to research. And I think that sometime in the very near future, we should be putting some of those thoughts together and some suggestions together. I think that'd be great. So a great addition.
So I think maybe we have a couple others. We can vote on them separately. We can vote on a group of them together. Would you prefer that we keep going, or that we take a vote on this first one?
Let's just keep going and then approve the package.
Great. So then the next one, it says Vice President Bolton. Are you going to share with us an update on the interdistrict enrollment?
Yes, I have an important comment to make. I think it's important over any number of these years. We have maintained, through your work, we have maintained apparently high schools of choice, correct? High schools of choice have been maintained?
I mean, there's no recommended change to any of the current.
Right, so we've maintained that, and that's part of that policy. One of the things that occurred during the process of high schools of choice is that some high schools over time, and I've shared this with a couple of superintendents over time, some high schools of choice, and I'm not talking about the ones that have restricted entry based upon testing or based upon audition or whatever, but some high schools of choice within our district start to believe that they are able to say no to people within the district that want to attend that high school. And I think it often is used, and I see it still in the existing policy, where it's a matter of referencing in the policy whether or not there is capacity. And I'm thinking that high high schools of choice are not magnets. They are high schools of choice. The word magnet is a specific item, if you will, a specific definition. So I understand we kept the same policy, and I think that's reasonable, but again, it's the interpretation that high schools of choice are not magnets, and they are public schools within our district, and an intra-move among or between the high schools, it's a real question for administrators to be able to say no to someone because of enrollment. And it particularly is different now, since in many of the high schools that are our high schools of choice, indeed, 7th and 8th grade has been removed. So where we had overcrowding in a number of our high schools, and capacity was a big issue, I just want to make sure that it's not to change the policy, because the policy is good, but it's really a discussion maybe the board and the administration can eventually have about understanding our role and our responsibility to make our high schools accessible to all of the students who are interested in being in those schools that are our high schools of choice. I appreciate the work on the policy.
Board Member Lundy.
Thank you. I think the redlining that comes through on board docs that everybody saw in preparation for tonight, this is the language we reviewed in the policy committee in September. In addition to Ms. Bolden's comments, there's a range of cleanup redlining that is in here. Some of the offerings that had been referenced in the policy, we don't offer anymore. We have other ones that we do. So some of this is bringing policy in line with what our current practice is. I don't think there was anything in here that was of particular controversy that we talked about, unless I'm missing something, Mrs. Weinberg or Ms. Mapp.
No, from my understanding, as it relates to this policy, was really bringing it up to scope with what our portfolio of schools are, and making sure that it's aligning with those current practices for enrollment.
Thank you.
Board Member Crossett?
I'm just curious, how does this interface with our new corridor arrangement?
What was your question, Board Member Crossett?
Just curious about how this interfaces with our new corridor, East, Central, and West corridor arrangement in terms of choice,
Okay.
school choice.
I don't think it, Superintendent, you're happy to.
Am I responding to that?
Yes, I
Okay,
believe that was
thank
to you.
Yes, so the interesting piece is while we are trying to grow towards our corridor model so that there are opportunities in the East, the Central, and the West, we do still have, according to policy, high schools of choice. So if you are currently a student and you live in Madisonville, but you want to learn how to be a plumber apprentice, for example, then you might choose Woodward Career Technical High School, and that's still an opportunity for you.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Craig?
I was just going to just add, I think the changes are somewhat nominal to just reflect what our district now looks like. I think something for us as a board to a later date, once we have probably moved past some other stuff that we have to do that are a little bit more pressing, is to decide programmatically and maybe review programmatically again where things are located. Because I do think one of the concerns we are going to long-term have, and this is a conversation that we've had predating me being on the board, but I know I've had it when we used to have the student achievement as a separate committee, was that so much of our programmatic elements were limited to certain parts of the city. And what that meant was for some students, they were traveling. The reason they were traveling the long distance that we were trying to kind of prevent or work with is because of the fact they were trying to get into certain programs that were only offered at one school or only offered in some capacity in one side of the city. And so I think this is from a policy end of it, I don't think there's anything that substantially changes anything that we're doing. I think it's probably just aligning more to the programs that are there. But I do think it's helpful for us to revisit or at least think about whether or not the programs themselves should be what dictates what's at a school, or whether or not something more creative could be done within a school itself so they could have multiple paths. I know that was something we also used to do a little bit more in the district 15, 20 years ago. We've kind of moved a little bit away from. But that's the only other thought I wanted to kind of add to the discussion.
Cool.
I'm going to let Board Member Lundy go.
No, I think the one other, I'm remembering now, part of the policy meeting that I wanted to make sure we flagged, in the red line, you'll see taking out a requirement that there be a computer lottery. And I just wanted to be really clear about what this is and what this is not. This is a policy that is about high schools. So there was a lot of important work, I think, that happened with this board before my time to put in place some lotteries around elementary school admissions to replace this campout phenomenon that had been happening, certainly at Fairview. This policy discussion is nothing about that. This is about high schools. This is not about elementary schools. I think we had a robust conversation in committee about how do we feel about this process as opposed to a mandated computerized lottery. And the position that the administration took was, although one might not expect it to be the case, the policy requirement to conduct a computerized lottery wound up creating more pain both for the administration and for families than what this policy is recommending. I think that sounds plausible. We also discussed in committee how important it's going to be that we check. So part of what we're going to do in the coming weeks, months, years is confirm that the way this policy is playing out is maintaining equitable access to high schools of choice. I do think this is a potential improvement that is worth trying, and I think it's important that we go back and check to make sure it has the outcome that we want it to have, as would be true really with any policy that we pass. Thanks.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes, this is a super conversation. To the point that was raised by Member Crossett regarding the corridors, and then also the need to have continued discussion when we get a little further from all of our kind of emergency situations as we've done these big changes. I think Chair will remember that we decided in the ad hoc committee that eliminating high schools of choice as much as we wanted to was going to be a bridge too far in such a big change because we are so well known for it. But one of the concepts coming out of the ad hoc and part of the growth phases 1 and 2 was the idea that whatever you have in Central Corridor, with certain exceptions, Central Corridor, East or West Corridor, those kinds of programs duplicated themselves within a particular corridor. There are some things that are district-wide, some things are corridor-wide and whatever, but the idea is that we shouldn't have to make families decide to go across town to get a program. Plus, I know in ad hoc too, we were very, very interested in making sure that we had authentic programming and not just in name only. So lots of great things in this transition have occurred, but I really wanted to make sure on the high schools of choice that the public continues to know that we still have that. It's probably maybe an assignment later on about seeing what the administrative guidelines might look like. I think the policy is quite good, and interested in continuing this discussion for our high schools. Thank you very much for putting it on the agenda.
Absolutely. Board Member Lundy?
And so then if we'll keep moving, is that all right?
That's fine.
I know we got a lot of important things we want to talk about tonight. The last item on here does not have any recommended changes. So there's no recommendation from our committee that we change this policy. We had, I think, over the course of a couple different meetings, some good discussions about hearing of the public. And we have a tradition here, as Vice President Bolden mentioned, of giving the president of the CFT unlimited time in hearing of the public. And we had some good discussions about whether there may be any other audiences that also should have unlimited time. A spirit, again, is not trying to cut off anybody's time, but trying to see if there are additional voices, family voices, others that might also warrant that. I think this is complicated. It's hard. I frankly think that of all the different things we have going on, we have bigger fish to fry than this one at the moment. But I think some of my colleagues felt, and I think it's a very fair point, that we at least bring this to the full board to see if there were other perspectives or anything that anybody wanted to share. I know, Dr. Moffett, this was something you wanted to make sure came on here, and I think that's great. I wasn't sure if there's anything you wanted to add that I missed.
No, I just wanted to add a little context. When I did attend the policy meeting, it did come up around, I think there was a misconception that there was an intention to suppress CFT time. That was not the intention. And I think that was clearly stated then and has been stated multiple times. But I did share that the public is confused as to why CFT gets an extended time. And so I had Dan send all of the board members an electronic copy of the bargaining agreement so that we all know what is there. And I believe we all got a copy of that. And so we just have to, we've said it in the hearing of the public statement, and we've said it multiple times. And so there was no intention to change or to deviate from that. But there has been a question from other entities around, hey, can there be a parent representative, or can there be other constituents that have extended periods of time as well? And so that was, I think, what the impetus, that was my understanding of what the impetus was. And so I'm happy to expand on that or whatever, but I did want to reassure that the intention wasn't to suppress anyone's time, but it was to provide space for additional constituents to have time that they've requested as well to represent their own groups. So, yeah.
Just thank you for bringing up the contract itself. I think the contract language does grant the CFT president the ability to speak at any meeting. The contract is silent about length of time speaking. And so I understand that over the course of the board's history, there's been a wide range of approaches to how to interpret that. And I'll just reiterate my point that I think there are other, from my perspective, more pressing issues for us to push on. I think chiefly, what do we think is possible for children? What do we think is our responsibility vis-a-vis what's possible for children? And how do we translate that into some goals and an evaluation for our superintendent? I'm looking forward to that conversation like that. That's, I think, job one.
I agree. Board Member Craig.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would maybe add to the discussion is I do think there's space for areas where we have like community forums or these type of things that might require us to, at some point down the future, revisit what is considered like hearing of the public versus like a public forum opportunity for folks to share thoughts with. I know the superintendent has done these, I know the treasurer's office has done these, but I don't think the board has generally done at least not since I've been on the board, we haven't done at least that type of setting. And so I think if that's something we would explore in the future, just to make sure that that's added or at least in line with whatever was in the policy, to ensure that we're not creating a different standard at that type of setting or that type of meeting than what we would have as than what we have in our policy.
So I guess in short, does the policy committee think that you need to revisit this, or are we done with this? Does it need to go back to you? Are we?
I think if other board members want us to do something with it, we will do whatever is the will of the board. I think the policy committee is not coming with a recommended change.
Okay.
The policy committee is happy to move on to other business. But if we will always respect the perspective of the majority of the board.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes, and I think it's a good discussion to have, and I think that there's no recommendation about moving one way or the other is reasonable. I want to second what Member Craig has suggested, because one of the things that does confuse the public, very frankly, and rightfully so, that they may or may not understand, and maybe we put this in the paragraph when we read about the hearing of the public. Protocol and practice over many, many years says that we do not respond to the issues that are raised. And that's a normal process in the 607 school districts in the state of Ohio. And sometimes it looks as though we are being obtuse or uncaring or what have you. And fortunately, we have a receptive administration and always have had, where they will address what the issue is almost immediately with some people that express concern. So I think the idea of do what the treasurer and what the superintendent have done over time might not be a bad idea to talk in terms of more of an open dialogue at not a business meeting where there is certain responsibilities and what have you that have to take place and certain practices. I'd really like to see if we can add that to some of our engagement plans that the public affairs folks have been working on. And I think that's a great idea. I will also, again, be Miss History and tell you that the president of CFT being able to speak with more time than others, it's a far cry from about 18 years ago when, and I have some pictures to share with board members, where both the superintendent and the treasurer sat on either side of the president, and the board members sat to kind of the wings of the table. And when we had the facilities master plan, the entire facilities master plan folks sat at the table right in front of us or alongside of us, because they were always the one that had to be up here telling us about each of these buildings. And at that time, and I have to be the president that ended this, at that time, our distinguished presidents of Cincinnati Federation of Teachers actually sat at the table with the board and with the administration. And things changed from that point. And so I think part of, as General Counsel shared, part of that change has been the time frame for the president of CFT. So things change, things move along, and we always are trying to find better ways to do everything. But I do like the idea of having more engagement so that we can actually, that worked so well when we were trying to figure out what to do about Gamble. And I mean, those were some really great dialogue things. So second that idea. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do need to, I'm sorry, Board Member Matt.
Just the final thing to add, so in policy, it did yield a very robust conversation, and really the objective was to ensure that there was that level of diversity and inclusive, experience, not just for conversation around different parent organizations, but I also know that Board Member Weinberg brought up several times with having other union presidents or reps being able to speak as well, so that we can also hear directly from them. So, I mean, I would be interested in continuing to see if there's room and opportunity, but again, to Board Member Lindy's point, if the board doesn't see an interest in that, then I am totally okay with that. But also, again, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we are doing that engagement piece and also providing platforms for people to be able to voice just concerns or also positive things. And so just to hear from an array of constituents, I think is helpful.
So if that's a good transition point, I will make a motion that we adopt the recommended changes for A and B on the agenda. That's the commemoration of school facilities. We're adding student perspective. And that's all of the work around the high school choice enrollment program that we discussed earlier. So I make the motion to approve those two things.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Guston.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes for both.
President Moffett?
Yes. All right, thank you, board members. Treasurer Guston, please introduce our first presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, President Moffett. So tonight's first presentation will be the budget and three-year forecast. So I'm asking Mr. Kevin Ashley, our Director of Financial Reporting, to come up. Kevin does a lot of this forecasting work. He does a great job with it. So for those who might not be as familiar, I know we discussed this in Budget, Finance, and Growth, and then we did follow it up with a memo to the committee as well last week. But the November 5-year forecast is for this year only the October budget and three-year forecast. And then next year it becomes the August budget and three-year forecast. And the May 5-year forecast will now become the February budget and three-year forecast. So the latest state budget changed all of our deadlines. And so you'll see some of this as Kevin goes through the presentation. There's some unintended consequences to that, I think. So some of the data that we usually have in November, we don't have today. And we can point that out, but I'll let Mr. Ashley get us started.
Thank you. Good evening. Happy to be here with you. The first slide, the first bullet point talks about the deadlines Mike just mentioned. So we do have to file this with ODEW by October 15th. The board will approve the forecast and the notes to the forecast as part of the treasurer's report later. The forecast period was a change. So what they currently are calling it is budget. So budget for current year and then 3 additional years of forecast. In the past, when it was referred to as a 5-year forecast, it was the current year forecast plus 4 years. So it drops off the need for the last year. And there's a little more pressure to make it match your budget. I guess there were districts that it didn't always match their appropriations. We were really pretty much in line with that all along, so it wasn't much of a change for us. ODEW is allowing the traditional 5-year forecast period filing. And so in looking at what our other peers have done and talking to them, the ones that have already filed, they're using that approach. So we're going to go ahead and, at the boards, as long as the board agrees to that, we will do the 5-year approach for filing. They may require the different formatting as we get to February, but at this time, we think that's the most prudent approach. Next slide is more specific to our revenue projections, mainly for the current fiscal year. So in September, we received our second half settlement for 2024 tax year. And one of the things that was obvious when we saw that is that the Class 2, which is commercial and industrial collections, were down, relatively more than usual. And that also goes for public utilities, personal property. So we reached out to the county and some of our peers as well and kind of got some information about that. One of the overall things is that delinquency rates were noted to be higher for the current collections, as well as Board of Revision filings. So the property owners, be it commercial or residential, can dispute their value with the Board of Revisions, and there is a process, an appeal process. Sometimes it changes the value, sometimes it doesn't, but that it may be leading to some of the higher delinquency rates, people who are waiting on those Board of Revision changes. So what we did in terms of our forecast, we did make a slight adjustment. Some of that will probably be recovered in the spring when maybe some of those issues are resolved. So we did revise our projections a little bit to try to account for that. Next slide is biennial budget issues. So just to kind of give you perspective, it seems like we touch this forecast every couple months because there's always something going on. But we presented the May forecast. Around July 2nd at a board meeting, there was somewhat of a revision based on what we knew about changes in the state budget. So when we did the May forecast, we were looking at basically the House version, which was a little bit rosier than where we ended up in July. So we're showing, you'll see later, comparison between May forecast, where we were at in July, and where we think we are now. But some of the key things that really changed was the base cost inputs, where the state calculates based on enrollment what a regular school expense would be. In this most recent biennial budget, they did not update those cost factors. So they left them at fiscal year 22 levels. The result of that is it does not calculate a higher amount for state funding. So it's one of the factors that calculates your state funding. So I would say that had a negative effect on the district's state funding amounts. Local capacity factors, which indicate values of all of the property within the district, which then is interpreted to say you could raise X amount of dollars through levies. They did update those. So it makes the district look wealthier and have a larger ability to levy taxes. So that would have more of a negative impact on what our state funding calculation is. The one positive was they did continue the phase-ins that were designed as part of the Fair School funding. So it goes to 88% this year and 100% next year. That only affects categoricals, which is a smaller portion of the budget of what we receive related to disadvantaged calculation, English language learners, career tech, those type of things. So while it's positive, it has a lesser impact than the two things above that. State foundation amounts at this point, so we continue to get state funding twice a month. But at this point, the calculations are based on last year's enrollment. So that will catch up, and there'll be some changes at the end of this month. When we get the October number 2 settlement, it will have our revised enrollment numbers. So the next slide is 26, fiscal year 26, current year. So again, I have the 3 columns, the May forecast, the July amount, and then what we're presenting today as far as the forecasted revenue. You'll notice the top line, local taxes, we have a decrease of about 3.8 million. Again, that's taking into account those potential changes in our revenue this year. State aid, we have about $3.1 million decrease there. It's probably a reasonable target. Again, it could range from 2 to 4 million, at this point. So the bottom line is, with our budget target, the next to the last line is 634.7. That's our current year budget target. If revenues don't keep pace, there could be a potential $5 million gap. The good news is we do have a cash balance that would cover that gap. Obviously, we don't want to do that, but keeping in mind, while it would be a deficit of current year revenues versus expenditures, we do have a larger cash balance than that. The other thing is we have 9 months to go within the fiscal year, so there be, maybe some changes either from the state or other factors. The next slide is fiscal year 27. So we wanted to kind of give an idea of what we thought the target might need to be next year based on the revenues. The number we have near the bottom there is 634.2 million. So that's for FY27. Again, so in comparison, that's about the same, really about keeping our revenues pretty much flat. A little bit of changes in terms of taxes when you look at next year. State aid, we still anticipate being down. So anyway, that's the takeaway from that slide, the 634.2. The next slide is just giving you an overview summary of the forecast like we usually do. The yellow highlights is what ODW looks at to look for fiscal distress. And again, and I think this is on a later slide, but as we've talked about, the board has committed to try to hold appropriations and expenditures within the revenue amounts. And so that's imperative to keep our cash balance at the level that it's at. Next slide is just kind of a review of where the end of fiscal year 25, the base cost per pupil, the state calculates this 8,107, and of that you can see, and if you go back over the last few years, the local percentage has continued to grow. So at currently 68% versus 32% that comes through state sources. Next slide is just showing what we're looking at as far as district educated enrollment. This does not include preschool because we only receive state funding for preschool disability students. But you can see that our enrollment has remained relatively flat, and we're projecting it to kind of hold the line going forward. Next slide is the pie chart for projected revenue for the current year projections. Again, paints the picture, 58% is local, 29% state, and then another 13% through other sources such as TIFs and CRAs, which are also tied to property values as well. and then some other miscellaneous items. Next slide gives you the overview of revenues. The main thing here, and we talk about, is you kind of see we're showing a slight increase in revenues over a 4 or 5 year period. The orange slices represent the renewal levy that's on for November. And so if that were not to pass, that would be the amount of revenue each year that would not be collected. So that's required as part of the forecast that you reflect it that way. Next slide is projected expenditures. Again, as we were always kind of repeating, 75% relates to personnel costs, 56% of the total budget for salaries, and 18% for benefits, about 18% for purchase services. So kind of just an overview of those totals. And then again, this is the chart. The only bump you see in '24, which we always notice, we did the tax anticipation note, short-term borrowing, which we haven't had to do. And so that's why there was a little bit of a bump in '24. I didn't go through in the effort to save a little bit of time, all of the sections. There are graphs in the notes for taxes, intergovernmental revenue, purchase services, all of those things. So feel free to look at those, but we didn't want to take time here in the presentation to go over those. Next slide is the forecast summary. So again, in this scenario, we're keeping expenditures bound by revenues. Each year, about $51 million in cash, but keeping in mind we have about $18 million in outstanding purchase orders at the end of the year. So our real cash that's unencumbered going forward would be about $33 million per year. Next slide, we've talked about this the last couple of years, is about cash on hand. And as we know, our revenues kind of peak when we have tax settlements, and we do have lower periods where we're spending down that balance. But this is traditionally at June 30th of each year, the end of the fiscal year. So like for FY25, this past June, we had roughly 34 days. With those caveats, we had 34 days of cash on hand. And you can see that's projected to go down a little bit. Ideally, we'd like to get closer to 60 days. So hopefully soon we'll find a way to get there. So that's the last slide, and all that I have is part of the PowerPoint.
Thank you. Do board members have any questions? Board Member Craig.
All righty. Thank you again, Kevin, for this wonderful presentation, and Mike as well, Treasurer Gusson. Couple things I think would be helpful to clarify for folks so that we also kind of understand what this means in the grand scheme of things. And the first is really the timing that you raised at the beginning of your presentation. And I think what it will invariably mean is that we will have to make decisions without necessarily knowing what the state has done or what will come from the state in order to build our 5-year or 3-year forecast that will, deliver however we can, whether it's 3 or 5. But can you just speak a little bit, and whether it's Treasurer Guston or whether it is Director Ashley, to just talk a little bit about the reason why that timing can create some difficulty in being able to adequately know the number at that date?
Sure, I'll take a crack at that one. Part of the forecasting as you go through it is changing estimates to real numbers. This year, at least in the forecast now, we had the property tax settlement. So that gives you real data on how much property taxes were collected. Delinquency percentage, as was mentioned, was up. That's not something you're going to know until you get the settlements. The other side is we're still getting state aid based on last year's enrollment. And we won't start getting our state aid until the second October payment at the end of the month for this year's students. So any change in students isn't even reflected. So yeah, the forecast gets more and more of a guess the more they change these timelines.
And then the second, thank you, Treasurer Guston. And then the second question, again, more of a clarifying moment there. I think one of the things that we had this conversation in Budget and Finance several times when we originally put together the new cash on hand policy, but I think this is also even more true given our financial restrictions that the state has placed on us with their formula for funding schools. But what's the added concern about not having sufficient cash on hand as we think about this, and why it is so important for us to pay attention to something like cash on hand? Because we put a policy together for a reason that was supposed to drive us closer towards that 60-day number. And I think that's just even harder to do now, given some of our other budget restrictions.
Both of those things are true. Having a good amount of cash on hand allows you to weather these sort of things. You know, if revenues come in low one year, you know, having that cash policy allows you to adequately adjust to that. The other thing I think especially the Finance Committee's heard us say it enough, but the public doesn't realize is we don't get all of our revenue at once. And so part of the cash on hand is having enough cash every single day, you know, that we have sufficient bank balances, you know, because we get our property taxes really twice a year. And those are big deposits into our accounts, you know, and we kind of live off that money until the next property tax. So that's important. I do think, and there's some other things I want to mention as a part of this, but the most recent set of changes really does make it harder and harder for us to build cash balances. But, you know, school districts having cash balances was one of the targets of the last budget cycle. Was, you know, people looked and saw school districts carrying over, you know, 100% of their collections in a year or more, you know, and thought, wow, these schools are stockpiling cash. That is not a CPS problem. It's not been a CPS problem for some time. But when you pass a law that affects everyone, you know, it has these sort of consequences.
And then just, again, final thoughts to that. I appreciate you sharing that, because I think one of the things that we have to make decisions on as we go forward is also the reason we utilize cash on hand is to cover those costs. And that we've done a great job of that through the ESSER dollars, because there was a number of districts who could not manage to pay for the things that they agreed to do because of the fact that they did not have the cash on hand to be able to do so. And so, because these things don't get repaid the next day after you spend it, they take months and months, and sometimes almost years, to get repaid on some of these things that we're having to expend out that are our grants and our other things that are beyond just what's the state funding. So I think it's something we've had multiple conversations with throughout Budget and Finance over the last several months, probably like the last year actually, around the importance of it. And I think it's just even more important now, given that we're not going to have other revenue sources that will be bringing large quantities in to our coffers.
Thank you. Any other board member questions? Vice President Bolton?
Again, thank you so much. This is one of the more difficult tasks in the district, is making these sorts of projections, and then us being so dependent upon those projections. You mentioned the 634.7 and 634.2. Are we talking in terms of this year and next year? Is that what I understood? Are we saying we're going to have basically the same amount of money for this coming budget as we have for our current budget?
So our current budget is the target is the 634.7. As we mentioned, there potentially be a $5 million gap there, which we may have to deal with as the year goes on. But looking at next year, if we had to say today what's our target, it would be 634.2, roughly the same amount as what our current target is.
So even though we know that inflation is happening and we are going through several phases of growth and what have you, next year we have the same amount of money with which to work, quite probably? Okay, thank you.
Most likely, yes.
Member Matt?
Yes, so my question is to kind of dovetail off of what Board Member Bolton is kind of referencing. So recognizing that our revenue is maybe flat, our enrollment is flat, and there's some restrictions, right, from the state. I'm curious to know, just in tandem, Treasurer Guston, as well as Superintendent Murphy, what does the academic forecast look like? What is those conversations? And I know we'll be soon talking about the strategic plan, but just given this information, how do we then pair that with what are we predicting or projecting with our academic landscape?
I mean, that is like the $64,000 question. I mean, I don't see any way we're gonna have any significant more amount of money for next year at this point. Especially the things that are going on at the state level. And so yeah, it's kind of the work that will start very soon in the budget to figure out how we can do the things we need to do with the resources we have. And that unfortunately means, a lot of discussion about our choices, about our priorities. I think, having strategic discussions is so important because that gives you a guide star to help make those decisions.
If I may add to Mike's comment, I'm concerned. Just, in the last few years, we've cut $100 million. And so there's inflation. There's one thing that we were blessed that the unions helped us with for this fiscal year 26 budget is not to have a COLA. That's a problem because I don't think I can ask them to do that again. And so that means we have to make adjustments somewhere. We haven't gotten that far yet, Board Member Mapp, but we know that this is a problem. So it is my biggest piece right now is to work on what's happening this coming November, because if we don't have that, it's a huge problem for us. So I am hopeful about the conversations the board is having moving forward, and that perhaps the following year there'll be new money to be able to do more things.
Thank you for that, and just really adding that context, right? Because sometimes we are talking about the financial side of things, but not necessarily seeing how it maybe connects to or corresponds with the academic piece. So I thank you both for speaking to that, and also just highlighting that it's also incumbent upon us as a collective to be intentional with our priorities.
Board Member Lindy.
Thank you. I would just echo what my colleague, Member Mapp, was saying, that the financial and the academic, I think, and programmatic go together on all this. And one of the things I know we've talked about a little bit, and I hope we'll talk about more this evening, and other colleagues mentioned this as well, but this just reinforces to me the importance of this year getting in place a strategic plan that stretches over multiple years, that is priced out, and that takes into account a realistic picture of what our revenue landscape is. And that may very likely involve a request to the public for new dollars. But it's going to be in service of a series of inspiring but achievable academic outcomes for what we can deliver for the city. Not we need the help because of inflation. I mean, that's true also. But here's what we can do together when we have a strong plan. And I just think a crucial part of that plan working is a clear-eyed assessment of future revenue. And when it comes to whether it's local issues or state issues, I just think at every choice point, we need to make the most conservative assumption we can make about what's going to come in the door, so that we are planned for scenarios that are not great. But that we can do that kind of thinking over a multi-year span, rather than having to get through it through painful budget cycle after painful budget cycle. And so I'm looking forward to that. And I thank you for the presentation. It was great.
Treasurer Guston.
I had three quick things. So first, the forecast and the notes are part of the treasurer's report. So as is our tradition, we would ask that you approve that as part of approving the treasurer's report and the consent agenda. And that has to be filed by the state by the 15th. I get 3 emails a day reminding us. I'm sure Kevin gets them too, reminding us of the filing deadline. Second point quickly, if you can go back to slide 7, Rob. So I think Mr. Lindy mentioned it, there's a renewal levy on the ballot in November, and if somebody wants to know what not having that renewal levy would look like, look at line 10.01, and that's our cash balances. And you can see very quickly we go into the negatives. So.
Board Member Lindy.
I can't tell if the treasurer and I are saying the same thing or different things. I think it's crucial that renewal pass. And thank you for everyone who is working hard to help make sure that happens. And I think if we look over multiple years, even if this does pass, the fundamental landscape is not going to change. And so we need some approach for how we're going to deal with that, which would mean, I think, a new money levy. I just think that for that to have support, it's got to be in service of a vision and a plan that is inspiring and grounded in outcomes. I think we can do all those things. And I just appreciate all the hard work everyone is doing to put into this. Are we saying the same thing or different things?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to give a visual representation of what our finances look like without the renewal in November. And then the third thing, if I may. So this forecast does not take us into account. This is kind of some new information, but I think we need to have a conversation about substitute House Bill 186. So this is another one of the property tax reform bills, and there are probably 30 of them at this point in different stages. This one, I believe, has a really good chance of succeeding. It's backed by the House leadership. It was also somewhat backed by the Property Tax Reform Committee that former senator and former board member Bill Seitz was chair of. And there's two versions of this. The original version of House Bill 186, which we've discussed, what it does, it looks at school districts at the 20 mil floor, and we're one of them. And when there's a property tax reappraisal, it looks at the increase of property values in that district as well as the rate of inflation over the same period. And property taxes in Ohio are reappraised every 6 years, and then there's an update done in between. So in kind of practice, every 3 years you're getting updated property values. And so House Bill 186 looks at those two values and would give property owners a credit to bring down any increase the school district would get to the rate of inflation over that same period. So when we forecasted this out, this is kind of a future loss of revenue. We would still get an increase with the reappraisal being on the 20 mil floor, but we wouldn't get as much of an increase. And I think at one point we talked about $10 million a year potential lost revenue. The substitute bill, and this is the important part, the substitute bill currently written applies that retroactively. So now instead of looking at the next reappraisal, it's going retroactively back 2 years, which is a big problem for us because we got a nice increase in revenue based on the last reappraisal and being on the floor. So going back 2 years, and I think President Sellers was mentioning this in her comments, going back 2 years and looking, we could lose up to $14 million in our current year of property tax revenues, and then $28 million in fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28. And each. These are huge numbers. We would lose the most of any district in the state. And some of that's because we're one of the larger districts on the floor. But by numbers, we would lose the most of any district in the state. But it's not just a CPS problem. Some other districts in the top 15 of loss around here, West Claremont would be number 2. Oak Hills would be the number 7 district to lose money based on the state simulations. Hamilton City would be number 13, and Little Miami would be number 15. So this is not just an urban problem. This is not just a Cincinnati problem, but this will have an impact across our region. And so just want to make the board members aware. I think we'll probably talk about it a little more at the retreat on Saturday. But wanted to use this platform to give everyone a heads up that's what's coming. And we probably need to start an advocacy campaign to try to get at least the substitute bill, that retroactive piece, taken out.
Thank you. I was just going to add, thank you, Mr. Director Ashley, and thank you, Treasurer Augustin. I think that I would also like to invite our communications people into this conversation, because this, I think, is unprecedented times, and we need to do some things differently around advocacy and engagement to the community. Unfortunately, school funding and finance is really not very, it's not like the most sexy topic, but we need to figure out a way to ensure that the public is our partner in this and that they understand the detriment that we're facing. We can no longer do what we've always done the same way. We're going to have to be more creative. We're going to have to be more innovative. And I think that involves telling the community where we are in honest conversations, telling our staff where we are in honest conversations. When you share that we can't give them we can't go back and ask them for another cut to their COLA. They need to understand exactly where we are. And maybe they have some other ideas as well, but I just think we need to be more engaging. And so I want to definitely invite that as well. Do board members have any other? And you do have Money Matters with Mike conversations about this, and I believe we can put some of this information on the front of the website, especially around House Bill 186 and how that would impact us as well. Because I think we are going to talk about this on Saturday. So wake up, board members. We will visit this again. Vice President Bolton, did you have a question?
I just, again, wanted to emphasize the fact that we will not have any more money next year. We will have at least the same, and probably looking at the feds and looking at the state government, less money, actually, with which to work. And I do know, and I want to report this as finance chair, I've been very encouraged, in part with Member Craig's emphasis on the budget and budget planning and what have you. I've heard the treasurer talk about making choices, not cuts. I've heard the treasurer talk about building a budget, and instead of necessarily cutting back to whatever amount. I mean, it's just there's a real change of reference and frame of mind that and in this very difficult time, I think it's probably a frame of reference that we do need to change to figure out a way to creatively face what we have ahead of us this coming year.
Board Member Craig.
I wanted to just give one quick thought onto the issue that you raised with regards to House Bill 186, because I do think this goes back to a little bit of the problem that we were seeing, which is that the value of property across our state, but most importantly in urban areas, has increased tremendously. And in some ways, that is actually the driver of folks' taxes going up. So it is not, in fact, the fact that we have more things that are pulling taxes per se, because our effective millage rate actually for almost every one of our levies is microscopic compared to what was originally passed way back when some of these levies were passed originally. It is the fact that the property values have increased, and then therefore, for some folks, that's increased theirs, while others have not always had to carry that same burden. And I think that is the one thing that I did not see any discussion about coming out of the Property Tax Commission, or whatever they want to call it, is the fact that we don't have an increased shared base of folks who are paying the taxes. We have a base that's actually smaller, but the group that is causing the increase in pay are some of the same folks that are not a part of the base. So when you see a house that sits there worth $3 million in a neighborhood where nothing else is worth $3 million, and all they're paying is on $1 million of that, or $500,000 of that value, that means the rest of the folks are covering those costs around them. And so I think that is the one issue I think we really do need to be able to express in a way that communicates out why that makes a difference in a district like us, because we also do carry certain properties that a rural district doesn't carry. We also carry some properties and some values of properties that a suburban district does not carry in their community. that, again, artificially increase values in some ways around them, but that also has a detrimental effect on those folks who are most vulnerable, including our folks who are seniors and other things that we are compassionate about. But it just always feels like the conversation is about how do you take money away from the folks who we voted 20 years ago to give them money and 40 years ago to give them money, rather than looking at what is actually driving some of these increases for those folks in those same communities. So I think 186 is another example of trying to take away from folks as opposed to trying to reform the actual system so that it's fairer for those folks who have lived in and had a house and not made the changes that have warranted a house increasing in value 3 times over, or 3 times the amount it was originally at in a 5 or 10 year span.
If I could add one thing, just to get a little perspective, we sometimes have presented this in the past. Just that we recognize there was an increase, obviously, in property taxes based on values. It's not dollar for dollar, it's, inside millage, it's a rate levy, so we do get additional money for that. And some of the current levies, we get additional money. Totally recognize that. One of the unfortunate things is the state with the values is then taking into account that we're getting that money, and the formula reduces our state funding. So if we got that and our state partners were contributing equally, it would be much better for the district. So just kind of wanted to point that out, that that's kind of a nuance within the funding formula.
Vice President Bolton?
And maybe it's wrong now, but I still think that we're figured out by the state to be a wealthy district based upon our property. So we're in the same category, instead of being in a category like Columbus or Cleveland, or, with what's our, for cities of 300,000 or more, we're the 4th, we have the number 4 of the highest child poverty in the United States of America. But in Columbus, we're viewed as being the equivalent of Wyoming, Ohio, as a wealthy district. It's hard, to your point, Madam President, it's hard to make these things clear to the public because it's so nonsensical. It really is, let alone the lethal nature of the attitudes in Columbus towards urban districts and urban children. The financial piece is really quite a puzzle, as we decided recently. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Superintendent Murphy, please introduce our next presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So this presentation is our update on our instructional plan for the school year. And what you'll see is a team effort by the deputy and the assistant superintendents as they come forward. We took a look at and reviewed our report card data and some practices that we saw in the classrooms last year. We pulled out some best practices that we learned about last year and previous years, quite frankly, to create this plan. We took a look at what the professional development needs might be and how we were planning to address them. And then we looked at what improvement strategies we thought were best practices. And then we also want to share with you some key action steps that we have moving forward. So our team will begin with the deputy, but you'll hear from all of the instructional side of the house tonight.
Well, I would just like for you guys to know how much we appreciate letting us go after the budget conversation. So let us move forward as we may. Here for Kids. Today we're going to share some great information with you about the work we're doing with our young people. We're very excited about what we're doing. We know we have work to do. We are set to do this work. We have looked at the data. We have reviewed where we need to go. And today we're going to talk about alignment. We're going to talk about our systemic work. We're going to look at the data and where we go from here. What we are asking from you today, board, is that you look at our tiers of support for our educators around our curriculum and instruction, our data-driven decisions, our programs that we have in Cincinnati Public Schools. What we want you to endorse today is our roadmap for teaching and learning, ensuring that every child receives a rigorous education, that they get what they need every day, all day, as we are here for kids. Now I'm going to pass along to Assistant Superintendent Klein, and she's going to share with you the data.
Good evening. Good to be here with you tonight. So as we started down this journey of looking at our instructional plan, we really wanted to look at our data and have the data drive that plan. So of course, one of the things that we looked at was the state report card. And this is a review. Amanda Vargo gave you this information a couple of meetings ago. And really what you saw was a lot of the information being the same from year to year, okay, kind of stagnant. We had a slight decrease in early literacy. Within those areas that you see on this slide, we did have celebrations. There were some highlights. We had progress, but overall, kind of stagnant in those areas. On the next slide, is also the progress and the gap closing from our state report card. And again, a couple of areas that were to be celebrated under those at the school level, on both elementary and high school. So we took that data and then, of course, dug a little deeper into the data. And what we looked at was this chart here, which you have also seen before, and we spent some time in the last meeting discussing this. And we had some highlights looking at the content and looking at grade levels across our district. A lot of highlights, especially in the area of math. So math, algebra 1, geometry, ELA, we had some highlights, science, American history. But we also saw that we had some areas of focus in the areas of reading and math. And you see those grade levels that are highlighted there, looking at this data point here. With that, we looked a little bit further on the next slide at our third grade. So third grade being one of our focus areas and part of our strategic plan, we dug into this and we looked at some past data for third grade OST. Last fall of 24, so a year ago this time, we were at 39% as a district on the fall, and in the spring we went up to 55. Looking a little bit further, you will see that schools were able to increase from fall to spring in both the 24-25 school year as well as the 23-24 school year. So it was a trend. We were seeing, we perform a certain way in the fall, we do better in the spring. This testing happens every October for us. So what are we going to do? In this data, we were able to dig into this, and you see a screenshot of that. There's a link to it as well, where we really went in and looked at the trend data for all of our schools individually over the last several years, looking at the OST data benchmark, and came up with a goal, a realistic goal for them this year for the third grade OST. This is an area we knew we could improve upon and really dig into at the school level. Another data point that we looked at and dive into are the benchmark testing. For K-8, we use iReady. For the upper grades, they use MAP and others. So the benchmarks really give the school, the student, the teacher some data that they can have in the fall, the winter, and in the spring. They can get information about student placement, so how students are doing in certain domains. And you can see that there on the screenshot. The stoplight report can give some information about how students are doing in certain areas like geometry or number operations. We also get data around projected proficiency, and then also student growth. So how are students growing in the different areas? So again, looking at this benchmark data that is available year over year after year, and really digging into it at the school level. Once we have the benchmark data for grades K to 8. Students are able to participate in personalized learning or MyPath. And that is another data point that we're able to look at as we think about our instructional plan. This data point is weekly, and it is at the student level. We are asking students to participate in the MyPath program 30 to 49 minutes a week in both ELA and math, and then pass 2 lessons at 70% or higher in each of those areas each week. We do have past data that shares and states that our students that are doing this are outperforming their peers. So this is a data point that we follow weekly. Now that we have the benchmark complete, we'll have this weekly report that we'll be able to share out with the schools and with the teachers as well. And then much like our K-8 schools, again, 7-12, they're using MAP data. And you can see through the screenshot at the bottom, again, looks similar to the one for iReady. They kind of get that stoplight report where they have new data reports for the schools to determine what their next steps are. And then again, using that data to project overall achievement going forward. So this is something that is closely monitored in the schoolhouse at each of the benchmark periods, fall, winter, and spring. And then finally, one other data piece that we look at throughout the years around instructional rounds. This is where educators collaboratively go into the schoolhouses and into classrooms and really look at strengths and areas of improvement with regards to instruction. We have started rounds earlier this year, and the schools that are participating will have 2 rounds. And again, collaboratively develop an action plan going forward. What is it that we can do as a school based on what we saw in the classrooms to improve student outcomes? So, and again, the district then deploys support to the school buildings for the students and the teachers during this protocol. So again, looking at all of those data points over the years, trend data, and then the current data that continues to come in throughout the year, we looked and developed our instructional plan moving forward. And so I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Smith, who will share the instructional plan.
So after we looked at our data, went through looking at our state data, now we have our fall assessment that the students just finished taking. Then now we're looking at our instructional plan. We're looking at what our Tier 1 data looks like. We're looking at our interventions, making sure that we have high-quality resources, evidence-based. We're looking at when we go into the classrooms, when we go into the buildings, what is intended, is it being taught, and how are we assessing it? We're looking at the culture of the classroom. We're looking to see that students are having discourse. Are they talking about their learning? Is there academic ownership? Are the kids able to own their work? And we have data conversations. So after reviewing the data, now we're looking at the curriculum and how it aligns to what we need to do in order to impact student outcomes. So, Rob, if you open that up for us. So this is a spreadsheet that we've created that has everything at our fingertips. Everything that we do here in CPS for our young people is on this sheet. It has the Tier 1 expectations, what standards are being taught, when those standards should be taught, how we're going to assess those standards. It even breaks it down to weekly. Now, do we expect for teachers to be on page 1, page 5 when we walk into a building? We do not. We expect for teachers to teach, and sometimes life happens and you are behind. We just expect for you to keep moving forward. We have our instructional framework, which breaks down like what a 90-minute instruction would look like, what a 70-minute instruction would look like. We have our toolbox that's there, and that work is there for teachers to have at their hands when they need to do additional work for their young people. This has everything on it. Science. They should have weekly labs where kids are doing hands-on and Amplified. Cincinnati Public Schools has done so well at that. The Amplified would like to use us in some of their marketing because some of our teachers are really using Amplified and doing that hands-on work. Everything you need is in here. When assessments were happening, when the tier 2 and tier 3 expectations, the decision tree from the state, our measurable outcomes, when our assessments, right? We cannot not teach kids and then know if they've not mastered it or not. So in math, we have our common format, we have our comprehension checks. After they teach the skills, then they have a comprehension checks, which is about 4 or 5 questions. We have check for understanding in our reading. So as they do those standards, we can do a check for understanding. This is so that teachers can adjust their instruction based on what the kids need. We put a real focus this year on enrichment. We have lots of bright students that are sitting in our buildings. We wanted to give the teachers a tool that could be turnkey. So if you have students in your classroom that come in that are above grade level, then we have work that they can just tap into and they can do for those young people. You cannot intervene your way out of a tier 1 problem. So interventions are good for closing the gap, but we also have bright students that we need to enrich. So all of that work is there for you to see. So I kind of just talked you through this. These are the tools that we have. The when, the why, and the how. These are tier 1. These are a year at a glance. These are our curriculum maps, and these are our other tools. We try to give the teachers everything that they need so that they can get the work done. Our goal is to be supportive, but also have accountability. So right here on the teaching and learning page, when you click on those, you'll see all of the tools that are present. Everything that we need in order for our teachers to have what they need in order to get the work done. So after reviewing our data, we saw that we had some gaps that we needed to fill. We learned from our Algebra 1 collaborative that worked really well. So we are doing collaboratives with additional grades. And then those collaboratives, the teachers will be here all day. They will be led by a manager and the content manager and the coaches. They will dig into the data, look at the needs of the kids. They will also look at the curriculum. They will map out assessments. They will walk away with an instructional calendar so that we can keep the work moving. So if you look up there, you'll see all of those collaboratives that we have set based on our data. We knew we needed to do something with 3rd grade, with 5th grade, with 6th grade. We also wanted to make sure we took care of our new middle schools so that they meet with success. So you will see all of those pieces of the work. You see the Montessori work in there. We are bringing the teachers down. It worked for Algebra 1, so we are looking at the data and we're going to do it with more than just those, the Algebra 1. So once we get to coaching and we're in the building, we have a few things that we do with teachers. So they visit classrooms. We can put them in a coaching cycle where we work closely with them. We could do coach moves where we can go in the building and it may be explicit instruction that coach needs. She may need someone to co-teach with her. She may need to plan with them. So once we assess what a teacher needs, these are the types of things that we can do with them. And it is in a coaching cycle instructional coaching handbook. And it's present with lots of videos, things that we can do to support our teachers. We really put a focus this year on MLL. We have in the past, but we really want to be intentional with everything that we do this year. We want to make sure that we have alignment across everything. So we have a monthly MLL instructional strategy that we are doing in our buildings. The first one is building background knowledge with explicit vocabulary instruction. And so we're excited about that. And what that means is that we have our vocabulary word. We allow the kids to put it in a sentence that is relevant to them so that they can connect with the word, and they have to say the word multiple times. These strategies are good for all kids, but we wanted to be intentional with these PSYOP strategies so that they happen every month. We have a video explaining what those are to our teaching staff, and we have people that are out and supporting our students in our MLL communities. We've partnered with iReady for our leaders. We've been talking a lot about teachers. Now we want to talk a little bit about principals. So we're doing a leadership consultancy with iReady. So in addition to what they get monthly with us and with the assistant soups and myself being in their buildings, coaching them, they will be working with an iReady leader, working on leadership sessions, looking at data, doing a deep dive into iReady, reflecting on their current data culture, sharing the information that we have, and we're really excited. This just started, and so we will be meeting with the principals to see how this is working. So sharpening the saw with high impact supports, professional development. So I'm going to go over professional development as well. So we have our tier 1. We have had 3 professional developments. And first one is culture, community, and systems of high expectations. The schools are in cohorts. And so there are three or more schools together that look alike, and they work together, and the teachers come to that area. On the 18th, we did the power of tier 1. We went back through tier 1 instruction with them. And then on the 22nd, we went over all of our new interventions. How are we going to meet the needs in our enrichment? How are we going to meet the needs of all kids? What does that look like, sound like, and feel like? In January, what we're going to do is what we're going to call a reset. We will have our winter data. They will be in their school buildings. They will work and create action plans based on the data. They will go through and look at the curriculum, what books we're using. They'll lay out a map to get us to the testing in May to make sure we cover the standards that the students need to know in order to be successful on the test. And then in March, we want them to show up and give us their personal best. That's all we can ask. Each day, every day, do what we can to get them prepared. And so our goal is, we know we are not trying to over-assess our kids or have them drained out on assessments, but I don't know any other way to know if a child knows unless they tell me, unless they made me write it. They could do thumbs up, but at some point I have to know if they mastered that skill, and we do that with just a couple of questions each time. But we teach those standards because that's what the state is testing them on, and we want them to be ready and prepared for the assessment. All right, everything that we do is aligned to the goals and guardrails. So all of our work is aligned to the goals and guardrails and meeting the needs of the kids according to the work that you have set before our superintendent, and that is our goal. We're working on 3rd grade proficiency. We're working on decreasing the gap. And the way we're working on decreasing the gap is ensuring that there is a cadence of how we do the work in the building, which means I teach the curriculum. I assess to see what the kids know. Once I assess what they know, then I adjust my instruction to give them what they need. And then I do that again. It's a cycle, right? And in the midst of that, we also celebrate. We want to make sure we know the kids know that we appreciate them showing up and doing what they're supposed to do. Increase the percentage of first-time Algebra 1. We did great this year, and we'll do better, even better next year. We did great with African American, Hispanic kids on the workforce. And our graduation, and the focus is on the whole child. So that means we want to tap into the gifts that the kids have as well. So with the principles, we're doing the book Leadership, Leverage Leadership. We started it last year. And leverage leadership just looks at how you run a building, what is the culture of the building, how do you use data, how do you give teachers feedback, how do you build a culture for learning. So we're working through that with the principals. We're also doing action plans with them. We're doing a district report card simulator so that everyone can put in their scores and figure out what I need to do in order to move kids to the next level. We have cohort support with all of us superintendents, and we're doing building walkthroughs. Next, I will be passing over to Assistant Superintendent Randolph, and she will talk about improvement strategies.
Good evening. So I have an opportunity to talk about some of the areas that we know that we need some improvement, and then also some of the areas that we've looked at and seen success, and so some strategies that we put in place to ensure that we expand some of those areas. So the first piece that I want to talk about is our college, career, workforce, military readiness component, which is a whole lot of words. But we do know specifically that overall that was a pretty positive impact for most of our high schools. But we did have 2 of our normally higher performing high schools that did see a little bit of an impact negatively due to this component. So we've worked to put some short-term strategies in place with those 2 schools specifically around increasing the opportunities for the 12-point credential for the graduating class coming up. We also are working with all of our high schools on school-specific audits, and then also reviewing data entry and protocol, because EMIS can only report what's in the system correctly, and if it's not in the system correctly, then we don't get credit for it. So we want to make sure that those protocols are in place. Also looking at some long-term strategies, especially at one of our high schools, really increasing the opportunity of College Credit Plus
and then also access to an honors diploma. One of our smaller high schools did not have enough courses. They felt that students weren't able to access that honors diploma, so some of our long-term work is really focusing on ensuring that they have more courses to provide those opportunities for the students. And then also, we're looking at the ACT and SAT indicator and how to ensure that students are performing at a level that colleges would say are remediation-free. So those are two of our, or that's one of our areas that we're really focusing on for our schools that saw some impacts from this. The next piece is we know that gap closing was an area across the board that we saw a decrease in our stars. So as we think about some areas to work on there, we've looked at our principals meeting coming up on Thursday. So Amanda Vargo will be in to do a deep dive on this specific component with all of our principals. We've also worked to align our one plan goals to subgroup specific targets for ELA math and graduation. So in that gap closing, we did earn more points in ELA math and graduation than prior years, but we still did not hit that component. So that's an area that we really want to focus on, earning more points. Also increasing our focus around chronic absenteeism goals, and as Dr. Smith shared, the MLL strategies of the month to support all of our learners. Progress is another area that we have seen some of our normally higher performing schools look at. They felt that they have not grown enough in this area. So one component that the curriculum and instruction team in collaboration with the Department of Student Services has put in place is they've developed an acceleration plan for some of our higher achieving students so that we can grow some of our advanced students even more. Also specific development, professional development from EMIS to develop tools that track this measure. This is probably one of the more complicated pieces to actually project as our school district, and I trust Amanda Vargo when she says that because she is one of the smartest people that I know. We've also been working on strengthening our focus on stretch growth and iReady, and also utilizing our MAP linking study, and then also working with the ODEW assessment authoring to provide opportunities and plan for tiered instruction for our students. So those are some areas that we're working on. In our third grade, we saw great success and growth at Hayes. So one of the conversations has been how to replicate some of that work. So this year we have, just as of last week, finalized all 3 of our tutor coordinators for the district. So we have 1 per corridor. So the goal of this program will be to strengthen the reading skills and comprehension for third grade. So these tutors will specifically focus on third grade, and then also as we move towards streamlining this work, all of the volunteers we hope in the district that are actually tutoring third grade will receive specific development in alignment with our curriculum and instruction department. So all 3 of the tutor coordinators have had that, and then that is how we want to move forward to streamline the way that our students are being tutored. Also, I know you've heard about the algebra pilot. So we've done this in collaboration. You can go to the next slide. With CFT in our negotiations. So we've definitely implemented that at 3 of our high schools. We have 4 classes total. So far, we've been pretty successful in all of the components that we need around the 25 student class limit. We were a little worried that what would happen as students started enrolling more, but we've been able to maintain that. We have all of the educational specialists in place, and our math manager has been doing bi-weekly PD with them, which has been really helpful. And the teachers have talked about just that work and aligning and really making sure that they have access to stations and personalized learning for students has been impactful. We also have made sure that they have common planning time, that it is required that the school has a licensed Algebra 1 teacher, so no long-term subs doing this pilot. And then also we're working around a quality improvement project specifically to the work of the educational specialist impact. We also are working on alignment of our district resources. So on October 24th, we will have a retreat with our leadership team, many other district leaders, our district-wide mentors, our instructional coaches, and our CFT leadership. So we'll do that in a few weeks, really to streamline and align the work of all of the people that are supporting our students and our teachers. We also, I know Dr. Smith shared that we're doing a report card component deep dive through the report card simulator, and in our November principals meeting, the hope would be that we will have a workshop on all of the other components that we didn't just hit in October to make sure that principals have a full understanding. We're also doing this with our assistant principals so that we can ensure that they have the same professional development that our principals have. We also have all of our schools by the end of this year will be fully trained on our MTSS support and implementation. And then any school with grade 3, they've already are currently working on the 3rd grade push and had that training earlier in the school year. In the past, all schools didn't participate, but this year, all of our 3rd grade teachers were expected to participate in this training. And then lastly, we have our implementation exchange, which will be a professional learning community for our schools. It will be in partnership with leadership, school staff to work alongside other schools. We also did work with our principals to ensure that their instructional leadership teams were interested in doing this collaborative effort. And then we really are currently in the place of finalizing our RFP. So in July, the RFP was posted. We had several responses, which I think is really exciting, but it took a long time to score. And then we've narrowed it down to 4 vendors. And in that, we actually did a request for more information, specifically around cost analysis, now that we were able to look a little bit deeper at what we needed for our district. And then we also sent out the information to schools that were interested in participating. And then actually on this Friday, we have a meeting with CFT prior to our actual retreat on the 24th and some other district leaders. And there we will have 2 presentations from the vendors. So hoping to be fully implementing starting at the beginning of 2nd quarter. And in that, we will have a rubric that everyone will have access to on Friday. And we will, want to know about the school or their current experience with our curriculum, what actually have they worked with prior, are there curriculum pieces that we've adopted that they do not have any familiarity with, and how they would support that if so. So at this time, I will now turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Badgett.
Good evening, everyone. I get the honor to present our action steps for our instructional plan. Many of my colleagues talked tonight about being in the classroom. We truly believe that everything happens in our classroom. That's why we're here, to educate our students. And with that being said, we must have high-quality instruction for our students. So with that being said comes classroom visits. Our principals are in the classrooms every day, giving feedback to our teachers. They do have classroom walkthroughs where they can give feedback immediately, and that's coaching. It's not a I gotcha. It's here to talk about GLOWs, what we're seeing, and GROWs, how we can grow as a district. And also, that's aligned with our instructional rounds. I know our colleagues talked a little bit about it earlier. Our instructional rounds, they happen on 6-week cycles, twice a year. And again, GLOWs and GROWs, what are we doing well? And then what are the areas of refinement that we can grow on? And then the assistant soups, we are in buildings daily and giving feedback to our principals as well. Next slide, please. Okay. We also have our Here for Kids principal data meetings. Again, colleagues talked a little bit about it. It is a collaborative process where we meet, the assistant soups meet in clusters with their assigned principals, and we come together after the fall and winter benchmarks, and we talk about what's working, create an action plan for, and also hear from other principals in our cluster of what's working in their school, and then we can implement those strategies within our building as well. Next slide, please. And then you can see the alignment. So everything that we're doing in our instructional plan is aligned with, at the end of the day, with the board goals and guardrails to move our district. Next slide, please. We are super excited to bring back a little friendly competition amongst our buildings with the iReady, with Earn Your Stripes. So the buildings have to meet the usage and passage each week, And if they do that, if they do it for 3 weeks out of the month, you have 4 weeks, of course, you will earn a stripe. iReady, one of our partners in ed that we're using, has donated school swag, so it'll bring back some friendly competition amongst our buildings. So we're super excited to bring that back. Next slide, please. So Assistant Superintendent Klein came up a few minutes ago and talked about data. Data is very important. We're super excited to launch a scorecard that will house a lot of our key initiatives around the district. It will be a spot for board members or all stakeholders across our district to go to and get data really quick. So we're going to launch that in the middle of November. And again, it'll have enrollment data, it'll have discipline data, it'll have a lot of key information for you, and you'll be able to access it, and it'll be very user-friendly. Okay? And that is our instructional plan this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you all so much. That was quite a bit. 30-some odd slides was a lot, but you all did it, so thank you. We did ask for a plan. We did not specify brevity, though, but we did ask for a plan, and you guys did it. So we need to be careful what we ask for. No, I'm just kidding. Board member, thank you, each of you. Board members, questions? Board member Weinberg, start us off.
Dun-da-da. No. I have a couple of questions here. I have a question for the superintendent, but I'm going to start with you all first. One, I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. It was a lot of slides, but it was, very good and very informative. So my first question that I want to ask, and I had to write this all out just so that I could stay on task. I want to talk first about, you discussed about data talks, and I know for me, data talks are very important. And I know as a former teacher, I know what I should be looking for, and especially as a parent, and what should be discussed. Can you kind of talk a little bit more about what your plan is or what is being done to ensure that parents of all different levels of our students, that they actually understand those data talks? Because you give them, you do it with the students. I want to make sure and ensure that there's transparency for parents so that we don't have parents saying, well, I didn't know that my child was on this level, or I didn't know that this is where they were. We just want them to be able to understand. And so what are you doing to ensure that that is being discussed or being brought down to the different levels for all of our parents? And that could be for anybody, whoever wants to, or should I call someone out?
Go ahead. So the one thing that for sure that we are really pushing, Board Member Weinberg, is that all data talks are happening, right? That the kids know what their data is and then how they can improve. So our hope is that when the principals have their conferences, that they're actually having conversations with parents. They usually have a meeting before they break out into the different classrooms, and then share what the data is, what iReady is, what MAP is, what our reading program is, what Lexile your student is reading on, so you know what type of books to get for them. So the hope is that they're breaking it down that way. Another thing that we're pushing, all of it hasn't went out yet, but we're asking principals and schools to send letters to parents about where their kids are. Like, your child did this is where your child is. And so we're working through how we get parents that information. But the goal is that it's broken down, and each school and the teachers are kind of creating what their data sheet looks like, right? And so that gives them some autonomy, and they sit down. It's not cookie cutter. This is where we are at our school. This is what your child has accomplished. This is what they need to keep improving. So we kind of are working that through our conferences, when parents meet with kids, when teachers meet with kids. I've seen it even in dojo, where the teacher has said, hey, this is the data. This is what your child needs to work on. If you have any questions, this is what this means, and not in terms that parents cannot understand.
And actually was just getting ready to say that, making sure that we are utilizing terms that our parents can understand. Yeah. Then my next question would be, I know that you provided a lot of data points, and I think data is very important, especially as you're looking at it towards academic success. So for me, after looking at the data, especially for our third grade, and I think it was, I don't remember what slide exactly it was on, but it kind of showed the different points that we either missed or that we got. What did you find would be some of the reasons why we decreased in our stars? And I think I'd asked this question before at a previous meeting, just wanting to know what are some of the reasons. I know attendance was mentioned, there were some other factors, but I don't know if you were able to do a deeper dive to get some more information on that.
I think we just shared briefly that what we learned in looking at what other schools did that were successful and students who were successful, some of the time on task with the materials. For example, we talked a little bit earlier about the percentage of time we're hoping to be able to meet a 70% at a minimum threshold for kids on a weekly basis before they're asked to move on to their next lesson and then assessment. The other thing for me, which is probably my biggest deal, is this real deep dive into what the data and the components mean. And I think it can be so complex. And so starting with our retreat with the adults in the district who focus on instruction, including the principals in this work, and then the teachers having that feeling a little bit stronger about the support in order to make sure that the kids are mastering what they need to master.
So from finding in the data, did you find out the actual reasons, though, for the decrease? So that was my original question, finding the decrease, the reasons in terms of, was it the implementation of the curriculum? Was it that the kids weren't all hitting the exact points for their iReady or whatever?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is not the same level of time on task with the materials that we saw with young people who were successful, because what we saw with the benchmark assessment is very much aligned with the outcomes for the state test. So we want to make sure that all of the kids, and maybe it is an attendance factor, and we believe that's part of it, but it's also our responsibility to figure out how to catch them up when they are absent.
Okay, and then my very last question, this is for the superintendent. If you could put up slide 34, please, Rob. So I know that we referenced, and it's showcasing here, key action steps. So my question would be in terms of accountability. So as we're moving forward, you've provided us with these key action steps, how we want to strengthen instructional practice, how we want to make sure that we are increasing our student outcomes. So what would be the plan that you will have in place to hold not only district staff, but our assistant superintendents accountable for the progress of our schools and the data that we're being
So this year, what we started that is new is the 5 of us, have instructional conversations every 2 weeks. So what we've done to this date is looking at the data together as the instructional team, dug into best practices, created and tried to revamp, revise, and grow some of those best practices. Dr. Smith mentioned the things that we learned with the algebra work that was done last year. Same is true with the 3rd grade reading, where we've seen schools, classrooms be successful. How can we duplicate that? Some of it is having conversations with one another, and on our end, we can set up the opportunities for cohorts of teachers to be able to talk to each other. I'm struggling with this particular concept or standard. Well, this is how I was able to master it with my students. So I think creating a much more collaborative environment, starting with the senior leadership team, working together on a regular basis, having this retreat October 24th. I'm super excited because it will not only involve the senior leadership team, CFT, our district-wide mentors, our instructional coaches, our math reading specialists, anybody who says they teach, lead, work through helping us with instruction, they'll be a part of this retreat.
Thank you. I think I'm done. I may have an additional one later.
Okay. Board Member Craig.
So again, thank you for all the hard work and as President Moffitt said, all the lovely slides that we had here today. I wanted to just kind of tackle through 3 things real quick, and I'll try to make these as brief as possible so others have more time. The concept with regards to the English scores, and it's specifically school by school, I think as you look at and I appreciate you all providing the chart, but the spreadsheet tells me also that some schools have kind of maintained a level, or if not gone up, while other schools have fluctuated kind of dramatically each year. And I think maybe to Board Member Weinberg's question, I think, can we think of how we're going to or I should say, maybe can you tell me how we were thinking about individualizing some aspects of some of the challenges that are faced by schools that have either been perennially lower, or have been inconsistent in how their year-to-year movements are? Because I think some of that, yes, is the time on task and all those other things, but some of that also might be the things that we thought about as a board when we talked about the third grade reading element, which is that when you come in at kindergarten, are you coming in at the same level? When you come in first and second grade, are you progressing? Or are you more stagnant? Because I think it is somewhat alarming when we see like a really low fall number and then a substantially higher, spring number, right? When they're meeting that OSD assessment. So I guess, have we thought about some of those spaces where we're seeing some opportunities for more of an individualized assessment of what other factors might be lost between first and second grade or second and third grade as they go up those levels?
I would like to share one, and then I'll ask the superintendents to chime in. Not too long ago, a board member asked about the preschool data and the impact on kindergarten readiness. What does that look at third grade? And we saw very clearly that the CPS preschoolers really did better than if you weren't a preschool child. So it's really interesting that we're in this season talking about the November activities and knowing that it's critically important that those 3 and 4-year-olds get in front of and into a classroom where there is structure, where literacy is a rich component of the environment, so that they can be ready for kindergarten and do well in future grades. That's one thing just even recently paying attention to, I noticed.
So, Board Member Craig, we are doing what we call tiers of support. So we're looking at the schools based on their stars, or if they're 2.5 or lower, they're on our list. They receive the 2 instructional rounds. That at the end of those rounds are actionable steps about what they need to do with their school. They also get additional support with the coaches. So as we go in the classroom or we walk or we meet with the principal, hey, this teacher's brand new, we deploy the coaches, they go and sit and plan with them. We also are looking at their data on a more regular basis, right? When we go into their buildings, we're looking at how often they're in classrooms and what feedback they're giving to teachers. We're also looking at what can we do school-wide? How do we help kids fall in love with reading? Can we do a school-wide reading plan? Can we do something around how we learn our foundational facts and everything? We're also looking at when they are 2 or more grade levels below, how do we double up, right? So they get the iReady MyPath, right? They get the core instruction for their teacher and some small group interventions, but then they also have a reading specialist and an intervention specialist. So we're looking at that, how do we do that and progress monitor that to ensure that those kids are growing. So we are right where you guys are talking about, where we have seen and we know, from K to 2, we're teaching kids to read, and then once they get to third grade, we're teaching them their reading to learn. So if a child gets to third grade and has missed those skills, then we have to break those skills down and make sure what are we doing to ensure that those gaps get closed. And so we are looking at that very closely. We meet with the coaches, with the managers, with the directors of MLL, Special Ed, and Emily, Executive Director, and our team. We meet every 2 weeks. We go through each one of those schools. We look at what we've done, what the coaches have done, what needs they have, and how we support them. And if their data's going a different way, our job as the SUPS is to sit down with our principals and talk through what we need to do in order to support them.
Thank you for that. Just 2 other quick thoughts. I think one of the things that we did see growth at is actually at our higher grades, which is in some ways a mark that we've got folks up to a certain speed. Once they get there, it's just a question of like where are they at when they first start. And so I think there's some room to kind of build on that. I know when we first started with the goals and guardrails, Algebra 1 was a number that, quite frankly, was a lot lower than where we are now, and that we've made a lot of progress on. And I think learning from those lessons, I appreciated hearing you all talk about that. The third thing I would say, though, is I do think as we move into areas, we may want to be also thinking about what are the ways we prepare the path for a student, more so than prepare subjects, right? So like if we're looking at how we're doing programming within a district, if we're expanding opportunities within middle schools and those type of things, are the kids prepared when they go from third grade to sixth grade to be able to do the stuff in their middle school that they might be going to that would prepare them to be able to do the stuff in high school, right? Like that kind of thought process. And I think that would move us also a little bit out of like while we still want to think about the corridor model and think about some of those things, I think it moves us a little bit closer to that idea of a student may say, I actually want to go to this school because I'm familiar with how they are teaching a subject more so, and then can we get programs to me, right? As opposed to I need to go to this school because it's the only one that offers this particular thing of learning, right? Or this particular, I heard this teacher at this school is amazing, so that's where I want to go. And I think that would get us a little bit also into the idea of moving beyond just learning concepts into that idea of you're learning to be able to move and think critically and think in a more educated fashion on some of these subjects. Because I think that's the one thing I'm still a little, I don't want to say hesitant, but I'm curious with regards to the instructional plan is that I think a lot of it is addressing the things where we are, which is what we have to do. I think the next step to that is, how do we take a student who is, yes, struggling in second, third grade and make that student into the super success that we celebrate in sixth, and then the student who's the model for that that everybody wants by the time they get to 12, right? And I think that's the path that I would love to see us start talking more about, is not just, because I think that's what sells to the public. The public likes to hear about, yes, we improved the third grade reading, but they want to hear about we improved third grade reading so that kid, when they get to high school, is the best reader, who's a writer now, who has this passion for, they're writing a screenplay or a script or writing poetry or whatever. How does that go from third grade to 12th grade? And I think that's the only thing I would love to see some like connectivity to within the instructional plan, because I think that's where we can start telling kids that's your goal. Like I say this also because I remember back to talking to some students. I don't have the same experience of teaching that others on this board have, but I remember talking to a student who really wanted to be a sports columnist. And what we focus on is just getting him to write really strong and creative sentences that made you think. He didn't have to use fancy words. He didn't have to use big words. He just had to give you a story and really color it up, right? That's not a skill set that's specifically taught, but that is how you taught him to learn vocabulary, because he wanted to use the nicer, funnier words, and he wanted to use the more fun language in his statements. And that's something that absolutely happens in the classroom. But I think when we make those goals for teachers, and we make those goals for principals, and then we make those goals for you all, then we'll see that path build up a little bit better.
All right, thank you. Board member questions? Board member Crossett?
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. And this, I'm curious, you have a tool, giant spreadsheet tool. I would imagine that tool is only going to be as effective as people put data into that tool. And so I'm curious about how to incentivize that. And I think one of the components of that tool, if I'm not correct, it shows how usage of the curriculum. And so I'm just curious about what your plan is to make that tool as useful as possible.
So there's a couple of tools. I was debating on which one you were referring to. So the instructional.
It's a tool that
the instructional rounds.
Yeah.
Or the instructional plan, yeah. Yeah, that's this one, yeah. So I think this one here, it's really a roadmap. And if you look at the different links, it is really a resource for folks to use, the teachers, the principals. It's got, again, your curriculum guides are here. Your subjects at a glance, so what the pacing for that quarter, what we would be looking at, the instructional framework, which is what's happening during an instructional bell. So this is more of the roadmap, not so sure that it's collecting anything. It's more the roadmap. Does that help?
That's good to know. Thank you. I had just a couple more questions. What's a school audit, and how does it work to make things better?
Are you talking about when I talked about like auditing the data for the college and career component?
You said you did, somebody said they did school audits.
So for our college and career readiness component, what we noticed was, for example, one of the high schools could have a little more effectively put in there, they could have checked the honors diploma box, so we didn't get credit for those for the 2024 graduating class. So one of the things that we've done is in collaboration with EMIS, gone through, so our high school counselors are collecting an abundant amount of data. So we've created some internal data tracking sheets. We already do cohort audits, which is when we go through student by student for every school. So right now, they just are wrapping up the final data for 25, getting ready to start 26. So what the principal, the counselors, and the school team do is go through and they check every student where they mark the graduate. Did they have a credential? Did they have the 12 CCP credits? Which of these components did they have? And then do we have the actual evidence in our system, and is it showing? So when we report to the state of Ohio, they are actually giving us credit for that. So it's really basically a group, like almost like a student success team, but it's the adults between district and school level really cross-referencing what the students have done.
Great, got it. That's a great information. Last question. Specifically, what are you doing, or how are you doing it to minimize absenteeism?
So that work is housed with our PSC. So last month was Attendance Awareness Month. They have some initiatives each month that they're driving for to address chronic absenteeism. They have strategies. They have a full PowerPoint. We can bring them to one of our meetings to show you the strategy behind getting students to school.
We're also, Mr. Crossett, putting together a task force to help us monitor this and dig into the best practice strategies. Monisha House just did a presentation to the senior leadership team last week and highlighted the idea that in January, our district has seen some struggle. And so what can we do now to get ahead of that January problem that we know exists, whether it's because of the weather or political things that happened last January? And so we're looking at working on those pieces now.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the depth and breadth of what you presented. Thank you.
Okay, you got some more questions coming, because I got some too. So let's start, so get ready. Board Member Mapp, we'll go to you.
I won't be long, but thank you for the presentation. This, I know for myself, has been something that I've been asking for, so I really do appreciate the depth and the comprehensive scope that you all have brought forth with this presentation, and also making sure that it is systemic work, because we do know that that is how change will occur within our students' outcomes. As we're talking about the systemic work, I am curious to know, how does this instructional plan really elevate the interdisciplinary or cross-curricular work? What does it account for that in this plan, or is there areas of focus that you all are considering to make sure that we're not just focusing on students getting the material in one content area, but they're able to have that those conversations, right? Or have that vocabulary and that language in other courses that they're taking to help strengthen and build their academic excellence.
We think that contextual teaching is the key. And so we think that, yes, we want to teach them those literacy skills, but then we want to make sure that they apply them to things that are important to them and that speak to them. And so back to that instructional plan with the link, We did include all kinds of disciplines if you get a chance to drill down into those a little bit more. So it's not just the reading, math, science, social studies, it's across the board. And so we're hoping that if we get a strong foundation with the literacy skills, that will deepen and we'll see even better results across the curriculum and in other disciplines.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also, too, as we talk about systemic work, what does this look like in terms of communicating our instructional plan to our families and our community? Again, it takes a whole collaborative approach. I've heard about how this work is supporting our teachers, supporting our administrators, and even supporting our students and having that data talk. But we also have to include our parents and our community in the conversation. And so how do we bring them in the folds and how do we get them excited about this plan?
So I know many of the schools have curriculum nights or instructional nights where parents will come in and they actually will have the curriculum materials out for parents to look at. They'll have make it and take it type of nights as well for math and other areas. And really it starts here with us. We're sharing with the principals are leading with their teachers are taking it all the way down to the family and to the student. So it is a group effort, I think, and it looks different in each of the schoolhouses, but that is something that they want to certainly get out to the families. With the Wit and Wisdom curriculum, when you talked about the interdisciplinary, it made me think about the books that are used in the text in Wit and Wisdom. They're very much interdisciplinary, the social studies, the science topics, so those are all included. So through the curriculum nights, I think parents are really becoming familiar with that instructional plan, the data talks, so how their students are performing, how students are being assessed on the different assessments throughout the years as well.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Two more questions. Can you just speak to the one plan? I know we referenced it a lot, but how does that work in relation to the overall instructional plan and also to help us meet our target goals that we set for the year?
So the one plan really is aligned to our strategic plan goals specifically. Most of the work, though, is in ELA and math, and then also high schools have a graduation goal as well. So really, we take our district goals, and then schools need to work with their ILT and their LSDMC to get their school goals into their one plan. So every school has their own. And then we work on the systems that they're going to work on throughout the year. They should be reviewing those through their ILTs, TBT minutes, and really looking at what strategies are working, what isn't working. And so right now they are in, it just actually last week in the principal's newsletter is right now where they're working on getting all of their information into the one plan.
Okay, thank you. And so the last question is for the superintendent. So based off of the instructional plan that was shared, which seems to be more streamlined, it seems to be more maybe cohesion amongst what the expectations are for the assistant supes all the way down to the students. One of the things that we've been talking about is kind of identifying our goals, obviously, for the strategic plan, and also taking on maybe a more aggressive approach. Do you think that what has been presented or what you all have developed with this instructional plan will allow us to be more aggressive and stretch ourselves? Again, not where it's not realistic, but something that is a bold statement to say, this is what we are able to commit to based off of this plan that's been in place. Again, you've been able to identify best practices. I don't know if there's been any evaluation of these or some things that were not in place previously, but we know that this will help drive the instruction and really reach our targets.
Board Member Mapp, I'm super excited about the plan, and I'm excited about the team working on the plan, and I'm excited about expanding it to other instructional leaders in our school district. I think we this year are going to do better at being on the same page and articulating the same message and focusing on the right things in terms of our instructional goals. And so to answer your question briefly, yes. And we look forward, we're excited too about the instructional dashboard we're building out and the scorecards, because we believe the purpose of the scorecards will be not only to keep you informed of where we are on all these pieces, but we will then be able to know what's working, what's not working. Dr. Smith mentioned the reset that we're going to do in January. This will give us an opportunity before we get into the spring testing to make sure that we are really on track to hit the goals that we're setting.
Thank you for that.
Or any other board member, Lindy?
Thank you so much, and thanks for the presentation. I know there was a lot of content in it, and I've got a lot of questions. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for everybody's patience. There's so much that's in there. I really just want to ask questions about one piece of it, which is about how are we helping teachers implement the great curriculum that we've purchased. I see that that was absolutely a part of the plan. And so I do not want to send the signal that I think it's not in there. I see it and appreciate it. I think the thing I'm trying to understand is how is what we're doing this year different from last year? And in what ways is that difference reflective of the repurposing of the district-wide mentors, the lead teachers, and the instructional coaches? When we were approving the budget, I really appreciated the allocation of additional supports. I think doing this well is hard. I think being a teacher is the most important and hardest job we have in America. I think we should help. And so I'm excited to learn more about how we're doing that. But I also just want to get, I think it would be, I'd like to make sure we can explain what's different this year about that strategy as opposed to last year.
So it's been a long time since all of the instructional leaders and helpers have had a conversation about who's on first, who is doing what, where, and how. And we wonder how much duplication we've had and how much we've been off track in terms of what the expectations are. This year, we are coming together and we're talking about who's working with whom, to what extent, at what dosage, and we're also making sure that we know the instructional people who are coming into the buildings, what they're doing, how often they're doing it, and making sure it's the right thing. To your point, Mr. Lindy, about is this helping teachers or not? We're also including the principals in this PD because they're the instructional leaders in their building, and we're making sure that they use and see this as a priority in terms of the work and the outcomes that we're expecting. So I think this is extremely different because it's been a long time since we've had these conversations. It's different because in creating this work, we are using best practices. We're using what we've seen happen in the past, but we're also being creative in terms of making this for Cincinnati Public Schools. And we have CFT at the table with us. We've had multiple meetings getting up to this point, which is partly why I feel really good moving forward.
We've done a lot of work, Board Member Lindy, on Tier 1, ensuring that the teachers have as much access to it, digging deep into it, making sure they understand all the components of it, what works well for kids that need enrichment, what works for kids that need intervention. I think the big piece for us, along with what the superintendent said, is there will be this alignment in a systemic way that we're looking at the work with the data. So as we go into the buildings with the district-wide mentors and the instructional coaches, we have been deploying them based on our tiers of support, the instructional coaches. Now we'll be meeting with the district-wide mentors together and making sure that those resources are aligned, that there is a level of accountability of what that resource looks like, how are we evaluating to make sure that that resource works. This will be different than what we've done before. We've had this resources, but the alignment of the resources and making sure that the needs are met in a systemic way so that once the data says this, we're moving in that direction based on the data and then giving everyone the support that they need to ensure that that works happens. it's going to be different just because we are sitting down and aligning that work, looking at the data, looking at what support teachers need, and then giving them that support based on the data. And some of what they're asking for, we have people that request support, and then there are principals that request support. So I think it's the alignment of what will be different with that work this year versus last year.
Thank you. You all are closer to this than I am. And I hear you all describe things like there's going to be better alignment across district-wide mentors, instructional coaches, lead teachers. I'm not 100% sure I followed all of the pieces about what's going to be different this year other than better alignment. It may be the case that that's enough. I think another way to maybe get at this question would be, as we go through the year, how are you going to know whether or not the effort to support teachers on effective implementation of the curriculum is working or not working? It could be as simple as that same spreadsheet that's incorporated here. And so we will see in those numbers whether or not they are improving or not improving. Is that, you're nodding your head, Dr. Smith?
Yeah, because that's the tool that we're using to ensure. So we provide the support, then we go back to the building again. As my colleagues have said, we're in those buildings every day. We're walking those classrooms. We give the principals actionable steps so that when we go back, then I should see something different than what I've seen before. If I don't, then we have another conversation of what's happening. There could be lots of things that have happened, but how do we support that work to ensure? So it will be that sheet. It will be whether the uses of the curriculum is happening or not in those classrooms. That's what it will be. The numbers will show up, and we'll make adjustments. We will monitor and adjust that as we go into those buildings.
And Mr. Lindy, I just want to add to that. I think your assessment of our response today is dead on. We will know more after Friday when we hear from our RFP responses. We're down to the 2. In addition to that, the 24th retreat where we're all in the room together creating this plan.
That makes great sense. That makes great sense. And I think, I think that this commitment to offering support on how to bring curriculum to life, I think is unfortunately sometimes mischaracterized as teacher bashing or tracking people with a clipboard to see whether or not they're on the right page of the curriculum. I think everybody in this conversation knows that's not what this is. I think it would be great I love the fact that you're taking so much care around selecting the vendor. I think that's going to be really important. Is the union at the table in making that final call about which of those two?
The union will be there Friday.
That's great.
Yeah, Julie's nodding. I was going to pause because they've been invited, so she's nodding. So
That's
they
great.
will be at the
That's great,
table.
because I think for this to work, people have to believe in it. And I think that the spirit of this is where the rubber meets the road. People need help. Let's provide help. I think that's great. And I just wanted to confirm, there's been some back and forth too about when the proposal came forward in the budget season about repurposing these roles. I think the question I raised was, is everybody, including the union, on board? Because it's only going to work if everybody supports it. And I think we've had mixed evidence since then. And so I just wanted to ask, do you feel confident that we have everybody, including the union, supporting the strategy?
I feel confident. The union, the Federation has been meeting with us. I think we've had at least 3 or 4 meetings.
That's great.
At least.
We have, where President Sellers has been able to invite her membership to the table, who she deems is important. We've been at the table as the instructional leaders of the district. We're going to get there. This is new. It takes a little bit of time. It's not finished. It's not finished.
That's great.
And our hope is that this will be ready to roll out second quarter.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go and then I'll go. I've got quite a few questions for you
Okay.
all.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'll try to follow up on some of the stuff that my colleagues have said. To Mr. Crossett's point about absenteeism, obviously that's a critical part, but I know that some meetings ago, we asked the administration to actually do a deep dive into who's absent and who isn't and for what reason. And I think that was an assignment, because it's not about just getting more kids to show up. We have to figure out what the problem is. And we have to then message that to the community, what the problem is, because the community is not helping us right now on this very critical issue. And many members of the community do want to, but I just want to remind about the assignment of actually knowing about absenteeism and then explaining absenteeism, chronic absenteeism to the public. I also want to follow up on something that Member Craig mentioned, where talking in terms of the individual kid. In fourth grade, they might be doing this or writing or doing something, but okay, where are they going to be in sixth and seventh grade? And it goes back to something former board member Morosky used to talk about, which is instead of the IEP, it would have something like an IGP, or an individual growth plan for each child. We need a little bit more democratization of this plan. And for teachers, I know why this looks so hierarchical right now, because we can only hold her responsible for this. So at the top of the food chain, there's the superintendent. But really, we need more of a focus on the individual children, because we keep saying like subgroups and whatever, just the individual child. And for teachers, just something that you've pointed out that I think is good about the support that they're going to have. The best support for a teacher usually is lateral support. It's usually collegial support instead of necessarily hierarchical. We need the hierarchical because we've got 2.5 stars, and the community, like Ms. Boyd today, wants the schools to do better or what have you, but we also know parents don't want the kids to be tested anymore than they already are either. So you're walking a rough line. But also bringing the curriculum alive, as I think Ben mentioned, teachers do that, 1,000 times an hour if they know what they're doing, and however we can help them do that. I have only a couple of concerns. I don't want, and this happened in our last strategic plan. There was a third party very much involved with our strategic plan. And I just want to make sure this is really a very sensified Cincinnati instructional plan. It's an impressive plan. For Hayes doing so well, I thought we'd been determined that one of the things about Hayes Porter was the extensive tutoring. I know Mr. Crossett always talks about that seems to be a strategy from them. I don't know how much more research we need to do about it. On the leverage leadership book, is that part of the culture? You mentioned the culture of a building, and that's part of will that influence our one plans, or is it the state that influences one plans? And by the way, I want to compliment you and the superintendent for dressing alike tonight. I felt so good. I felt
This is the
so
second
good
time
about
this has happened.
what a team.
I'm feeling
We're
like
even
I'm gonna have to
dressing
start
alike.
texting her. I don't know. Third time. It's-
Oh, no, I'm
That's the
talking about
second.
clothing.
The black and white, that's the second time. Oh, we had the red, okay. But that was for the Reds that we won the playoffs.
It was supposed to be. I'm sorry.
The
Go
leverage
ahead.
leadership, Vice President Bowden, is just, we're using the book as a resource. And in that book, it talks about how to create a culture of learning, how to build that culture with your teachers, your staff, how to do collaboration, how to get buy-in. And so that's just one of the chapters. It also
Okay.
talks about data-driven decisions. It talks about feedback to teachers. It's our way of helping our principals guide their work.
And when I think Mr. Crossett mentioned a school audit, and I think you went into great effort on the school audit, but I remember when the school audit, with Melody Dacey's
Yes.
group would do a school audit, and that was serious
Oh,
walk
yeah, it was
around.
serious. I
That
was part of one of
serious
those
walk around.
audits.
And it really often
Yeah.
was really about culture, and I remember
It
the
was.
reports back to the board were like, well, we got some issues here. Yeah, it actually
Yeah, I
impacted
remember that crew.
leadership and curriculum and what have you. So we still do those kind of school audits as well as curricular or instructional?
Those are our instructional rounds, and so we do absolutely look at culture and climate when we go into those rounds. We actually look at academic ownership, how student discourse, how the teachers, the environment in the classroom, right? What's the culture? How does it feel when you go in there? And the positive school culture also comes with us on there and make sure that they have the, what rewards would kids get? What are the consequences for our behavior? What are our expectations? So all those people are a part of that. It's not as deep. I remember Miss Dacey, and I was a part of one of those audits. It doesn't go as deep as that audit, but we are in there for probably about 2 hours, hour and a half, and we walk that building pretty heavy.
I just remember those, at least for a person like me on the board, they seem to be pretty influential, and I'm glad that's at least being picked up through the rounds. And then state standards are at the core of everything we're doing, right, curricularly?
Yes, absolutely. So when that instructional planning that you pulled up, all of that is state standard driven. It's all of the standards that the students have to have for every content.
Excellent. And then I think my last issue, we dealt with the individual growth plans for every kid and more lateral support for teachers. I think this retreat that you all are having, it would be good. I like that because now I'm not predisposed to think in terms of principals as instructional leaders. I think of them as running a small business. I mean, but it's great to have that impact there, and I appreciate them being in the same, as we used to say in the recorder's office, on the same book and page. Appreciate it, and thank you for your work, and I look forward to seeing how this impacts what happens for our kids. Thank you.
So, a lot of my colleagues have asked some of the questions that I want, and I know you all are tired, so I'm gonna, for the most part, make my comments and then allow you the opportunity to get back in touch with me around some of my specific questions, because it's late and I understand. I am very much concerned about, first of all, thank you for the presentation. It was a lot of slides, a lot of information, great plan. I'm still stuck on the accountability piece and how the significant number of our schools went down. It doesn't answer the question to me about time on task is a concern. How are we measuring time on task? How did we get here is the question. And if we don't adequately answer how we got here and we just come up with a plan at the end of first quarter that's applicable to start for second quarter, but one plans are really due at the end of April, like logistically speaking, we're not talking about a very long window of time to implement such a robust and engaging plan that sounds great. But the reality is that we don't have the luxury of time. The state is coming for our students. They're coming for money. And it sounds really great to have a nice plan that we're gonna do all this great stuff, but we're already in second quarter. So I wanna understand how we got here so that I can feel confident that you all have digested that and we know where we are and we're not gonna get there again. And then this plan is done with fidelity because you recognize that we're here because of something. So I wanna understand, how do we measure time on task? If time on task, and I wrote that down, that part of the reason that the superintendent shared was why we're here, why schools went down, involved time on task, and there was not enough time on task. How is that measured? That's a question you can get back in touch with me on. Do all schools have iReady? We made a nice, robust presentation around iReady. If that's not applicable for all the schools, how are some of those other schools going to get the benefit of what you've planned for iReady? I'm just a little confused around the contest for iReady and how great that sounds, but if all schools don't have that, especially the schools that went down, explain to me how that's beneficial in improving the scores of the schools that don't have that, are not going to benefit from that. Again, you can get back in touch with me on that. Do we have any data from principals or teachers? I like the roadmap idea. How do we measure if that is actually being followed? How do we measure if there's something wrong with the roadmap? How are we measuring that? Are we collecting any data from them? Maybe there was a chink in it, and that's how we got here. But I love the idea. It sounds great in theory, but the reality is we got here for some reason, and I don't understand. I want to understand that you all know that this is a problem, that this is something we can fix. I think we need to, this is a great instructional plan. I'm concerned that parents aren't going to really understand all of this. I'm concerned that the report card doesn't actually reflect accurately that my son or daughter can't read on grade level. All of that needs to be explained. I'm also concerned that the parents don't quite understand that their school went down. Again, if you can't explain to me how we got here, how do we project that we're going to be better? Do we include like a skills assessment for students? We're talking about robust programming. We're talking about career tech options. Do we even know what students want to do? Have we given them, in addition to the mandatory testing, have we made school a place that they can see themselves doing something? I don't hear any of that. I hear the great stuff that you all have planned, but I don't see where it shows that the student is part of that they were talking about career options. They're talking about, hey, I like putting things together. I'm a kinesthetic learner. I might like building. That's what gets kids to come to school, is when they see the value in it. When parents see the value in it as well. My son or daughter is talking all the time. Well, that might make a good orator. Are they getting any instruction around possible options for them? Again, I just didn't see that. Again, my question was around what's the timeline for this pivot? Quarter one is now over. It's in the books. You're talking about starting this in quarter two. One plans that deal with student improvement dollars and all of that have a due date of April the 29th. I don't know if all the board members know that, but that's a very small window that we're talking about for improvement. How are you going to measure all of this? The buy-in is great, but the bottom line is it needs to be moved. The buildings need to move this year. So this sounds great, and I applaud you. I invite creativity and innovation. This is awesome, but it has to be grounded in fidelity and realism, and we don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to invite you back to come and share with me and the board about what you found as to how we got here, because I'm still confused how a significant number of our schools went down across the entire gamut. So that's just me. We are gonna do better because we got the perfect team in place. You guys have everything that you need for our students. So I thank you. Those are just my questions. I don't wanna leave you on a down note. I believe in you, and I believe that you believe in our students too. So thank you for everything that you've offered. We're gonna do it. Any other questions? Thank you. That was heavy. All right. Let's see. Superintendent Murphy, I believe we are still on you around the professional development plan.
So that was included in this plan.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
okay, I'm
ma'am.
sorry.
I think all of these pieces
Were
for
together?
our, yes, yes.
That's a blessing. Okay, well then you guys really get the kudos because you did like 2 presentations all in that. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Our team rocks. Okay, so we are now down to the superintendent evaluation. Let me get a second. So we need to approve the final evaluation score for the superintendent's 24-25 evaluation. It has been posted on board docs, and we also need to, in the same conversation, talk about performance objectives, targets, and a scoring methodology for the school year 25-26 evaluation. Board Member Lindy, you've done a significant amount of work. I don't want to take away from that. This was your sheet that you put together, and I basically utilized it, didn't steal it, utilized it. This shows what the policy states. The policy is 1240, and it is a clickable link there, and the description is there as well. Down below in Part B, there is an approved structure that the performance objectives will be 60% of the total score. The objectives are there listed. 4 out of the 5 were actually exceeded. And we did a survey based off of the Ohio Superintendent Standards. That was 30% of the evaluation score. And then a midpoint check-in was 10%. I do want to give kudos to Board Member Lindy and Board Member Crossett. They worked on the spreadsheet, they worked on the scoring sheet, and reduced the amount of work that the board collectively had to do. So thank you both for all of your hard work. The score that the superintendent did earn in Part C, Rob, if you go down just a little bit, was a 4.6 out of 5. And are there any questions from Board Member Lindy?
Not a question, just I wanted to say some thank yous, and I think a little historical context on this for folks who are watching or later on. I think truly appreciate last year's policy committee, that was Member Mapp and Member Crossett, for building a new policy 1240 and how we evaluate the superintendent. I really want to appreciate our current superintendent for meeting with us multiple times to get these goals right. It was a weird year because she started in the middle. We figured it out anyway. I think this is a positive evaluation. Exceeding 4 out of 5 performance targets should be a positive evaluation if what we care about is really what we're putting on here. And so I think this is rather uncontroversial, which is a sign that we've done the process well, because it was clear ahead of time and we followed through on it. The historical context, when I joined the board, we would evaluate the superintendent in March of the year that was currently in progress, which is a little wacky because we don't have final student outcomes data on how that school year has gone. And so I think just moving this to a time of year where we can use state-released public data, but still get targets in place early enough in the school year to give the superintendent some runway, is just a big change. And so a lot of gratitude. I think what's in here is great. I think this was an odd year again because it was a shortened year. I think the really, really important question is going to be, where do we set these targets for this school year, which I know is where we're going next. But I'm happy to make a motion that we approve the evaluation as it's posted on board docs. And again, this is in line with what we approved at the March 3rd meeting. There's not a lot in here that's new, but happy to make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion further? Vice President Bolton?
Yes, I think just mathematically, since I'm an old social studies teacher, a retired one, tell me what 4.6 kind of would translate into out of 5. Is that even relevant? Is it concentrating on the 4.6 in your mind?
If you scroll, I'm so sorry, please.
Is that good? Is that wonderful? Is that, what would it be?
It's unicorn, I think, is the technical answer. And if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see 5 is excellent and 1 is failing. So 4.6 is between good and excellent. And again, I just would call people's attention to, in the new policy, the board is required to pass measurable performance objectives for the superintendent. And we do this in public meeting, which we did last year, and the policy requires that the majority of what counts for points in the evaluation come from those measurable outcomes. So this really should be, what should drive the final score is whether or not outcomes improved. There are other pieces to it that also matter, but the lion's share of it is whether or not the goals were met.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Superintendent Murphy?
President Moffitt, am I allowed to say something about this?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I really want to say thank you to the board because you did challenge me for sure. To Mr. Lindy and Mr. Crossett, thank you for your brains and walking me through each of these components. I am grateful for this score. I have to say, though, that the bulk of this around those measurable outcomes, third grade reading, the Algebra 1, career and technical and college information, et cetera. I didn't teach one algebra class, so I'm grateful to the teachers. I didn't tutor in third grade reading, so I'm grateful for the tutors and the partners. I did not provide one credential to a student, so I'm grateful that the staff and the students worked really, really hard for us to get where we are. And I look forward to the B portion of today's conversation, determining what the next set of goals and measures will be. And look forward to continued partnership with our staff, our students, and our families and community.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, so there is a motion on the floor and a second. Discussion is closed. Can we take a vote now? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Board Member Matt. I just asked y'all. Okay.
So, I am definitely happy to approve or move forward with approving the evaluation score, but also noting the other aspects of the evaluation. So yes, there is the performance objectives that we were able to evaluate, but also the superintendent standards where there's the survey of tracking areas of growth and also providing qualitative as well as, qualitative feedback on the progress for the superintendent. And so I think there were several things that provided pretty much a holistic framework to assess the progress and the growth, and also an opportunity to lean into constructive feedback to move forward with the next evaluation.
Thank you. And just so that the public is aware, this particular sheet, which is on Board Docs, does have clickable links. So the spreadsheet that is referenced in Part C and Part A is available, along with the comments as well. So we were attempting to be fully transparent in this particular evaluation process. We're ready to vote. Oh, Board Member Craig.
I just wanted to note, as we were talking about the process we follow, and again, a very transparent process and a very new process we're doing. We are one of the few districts around us who actually follows a process and/or even gives a grade for the quality of work that their superintendent does. And so I think that's our commitment to the public, to hold ourselves and the old administration accountable. And I think that's something that should be better paid attention to, the fact that we have consistently done a evaluation or some type of assessment of the superintendent, even in times when we've maybe not always thought it was the best method that we've used, but we've had a method, we've done something. And I think it's actually something we're tasked to do, or supposed to do, as a responsibility of as the board. So I just wanted to know that we have been consistently in doing that, and I think the hope is going forward, we now have a process that we can consistently keep doing it in a manner that gives the superintendent full knowledge and full information about what she's being evaluated on and what the process will look like.
All right, board members. Keep looking back and forth. I should turn on my head. Are we all ready to vote now? All right, Mr. Gustin.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes, and congratulations.
President Moffett?
Yes. All right. We are now, we're at the point, we've approved the evaluation, so now we are ready to talk about some targets, some objectives, and a scoring methodology for the 25-26 evaluation. On the screen are the superintendent's stated goals for 25-26. Superintendent Murphy, do you want to briefly talk about, do you want to talk about each one? You don't have to, but would you like to kind of go through your goals?
Yes, ma'am. All right, so the first suggestion that I have for board consideration is around third grade reading. We are, as we mentioned in the presentation, really excited about some of the strategies that we're putting in place, some new that we're learning about, and some that we are expanding because of great work we've seen in other schools within our district and classrooms. We know that literacy is the key to being successful in all of our curricular areas. Being able to read and understand, comprehend what you're reading is super important. So I would like your consideration around continuing to focus on third grade reading, and you see the measure listed there. We did take a step back this school year, so considering trend data and considering that we do have some more catching up to do is the basis of where I'm placing those measures. Dr. Murphy, do you want me to do one at a time, or?
No, yeah, well, however you're most comfortable, there aren't that many.
Okay, I'll go through the rest and then, okay. And so then Algebra 1, we saw tremendous success there this year by having some pilot programs in some of the classrooms and in our schoolhouses. I'm excited about the partnership we're having through the Federation with, as Superintendent Randolph mentioned, having licensed teachers in Algebra 1 classrooms, having that smaller class size. All the things that you have mentioned are important to our school district. We've been able to stand by that and get that in place. We do have quite a few new teachers, and so there is, because of that and because of the amount of growth that we had this past year, we are a little conservative maybe on this measure, going from 47.1 to 50.1. You saw in the presentation the work that's being done around making sure we close our gap, reading gap for our economically disadvantaged students in particular. And so that is what we've selected around sixth grade reading. We did not hit the sixth grade reading goal this past year, so we have dug in to that to make sure we've identified what we need to do to get better. And so you see a gap closing measure from 50.7, this is compared to non-disadvantaged students, to 47.7. I am very fond of all of the college and career work. So in the realm of career and technical education, focusing on our graduating concentrators, we're looking at the number of industry-recognized credentials that are at 12 points that our students are earning, and we want to take that from 53% to 56%. A few weeks ago, we mentioned that our current strategic plan, we have met many of those goals. Some we have not hit yet. Many of those goals this year is the sunset year for those goals, and so we recognize a need to begin to work on a new strategic plan for our school district, so seeking support around that work and working with our treasurer to make sure, as you talked about earlier, that we have a supporting financial plan. So those are the 5 that I'm proposing that would make up the 60% of the goal measures for my work in 2025, 2026.
Board Member Lindy, thank you. Board Member Lindy.
Thank you, and thank you, Superintendent, for sharing the proposal. This feels like exactly the right process where we're getting clarity early on, start with ideas from the superintendent. I think 2 of these off the bat, at least 2, feel great on my end. My colleagues may disagree, but I wanted to share the 2 that I think seem great. I think that on the third one, closing 6th grade reading gap between economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged. If we look back over the last several years, this gap has been growing. And so when you look here at changing that direction and shrinking it, that feels like a big deal and ambitious and a great thing for our district to strive to do. It has my full support. And I think that on this 5th one, I was trying to mention this in the context of the 3 and 5 year forecast presentation is just really important. And I've seen several different strategic planning efforts in the past. And I think the thing that makes this so important is it says supporting financial plan. So that we've thought through over a multi-year time period, what will it cost to do what we want to do with kids? What's the expected revenue and cost structure? What kind of new money do we need to ask for? And this would put that in the context of us having a really good reason. So I just think this is great. I know that you'll need to work closely with the treasurer on that one. It's not really one either of you could do on your own. I imagine we'll have something comparable for our treasurer. But I think on 3 and 5, I think these seem truly great. I have an idea on, would you prefer I share? Well, I'll try to do this as quick as I can. I think if we can go to 4 for a second on the industry credentials, I have an alternative proposal to this. It's just a totally different way of thinking about it. My experience, limited experience, has been there's a real difference between earning a series of 1 or 2 point credentials that add up to 12 and having a credential that will really get you a job that will create a pathway to the middle class. I would like us focused on the second of those 2 things and less on the first of those 2 things. I was trying to think about what would be a way that we could start on that this year. And so I was interested in how many programs do we offer here in CPS that lead students to a credential that has that kind of value in the job market. Seemed to me that you've got 12-point scale from the state of Ohio. How many workforce credentials do we offer that are a 7-point credential or an 8 or a 9, but something that's a high point value? I really appreciate the data I received from the administration. I think by my count, we offer 8 of those programs today. Most of those are at Woodward and a handful in some other schools. What if the goal for this year was just to expand the number of programs we offer that lead to a higher value workforce credential? So if we have 8 today that are 7 points or higher, what if we tried to add blank number more by this time next year? A blank could be, you could tell me that an ambitious but feasible version of that is 3, or an ambitious but feasible is 25. I actually have no idea. But let's focus on the thing that's really gonna make a difference for kids. And I think that's access to these programs that lead to higher wage earning in the job market. So that was my thought on 4. I'll pause and I have some other thoughts on 1 and 2, but I can come back to those. Would be very interested in the superintendent's reactions.
My immediate reaction would be for adding programs. My challenge would be to do that this year because I don't have the teacher or the program or the approval from the state. But if you said by next school year.
This is the beauty of an evaluation that's in October. So you'd have a full year.
And what would be the reasonable number of ads?
From my perspective, you tell us. I mean, I think creeping up from, where are we? This is can you scroll down just a little bit? Creeping up from 53 to 56, the number who are summing up to 12, when those might be a series of things that don't have as much value in the job market, versus offering more that has higher value, even if it takes us a year to do it. That just seems like a more intentional way of making a difference for children. I do welcome certainly this is one person's perspective and welcome others, but that was going to be my recommendation.
Okay. So give that some thought. Vice President Bolton?
Yes, thank you. I'm comfortable with the first one regarding the 3rd grade reading, and I'm comfortable with the emphasis on Algebra 1. On the 3rd one, I would like even though that's the term we use in the policy, if I recall correctly. I need to have a better term than economically disadvantaged, largely because 92% of our kids are called economically disadvantaged and aren't. I'd really like to see the actual category. It would have to deal with low income, perhaps, or whatever. There has to be a way of identifying those students. The reason we have it in the 90-some percentile is that we agreed back about 8 years ago to partake of the plan where we would be feeding all of the students breakfast and lunch, and that was a financially good thing to do, and it was a wholesome nutritional thing to do for the greatest. So, but that's economically disadvantaged. There has to be, I really feel strongly about this third one, because it is where we scored the lowest on the state report card, at least by how they categorize it. You know, we met state standards regarding the readiness piece, and the other couple, we were, need some help from the state. The state actually, in their commentary, kind of highlighted the gap. So, but I would like to have an actual subgroup that is identified as being lower income, or however we can do that to figure that out, especially considering that we're fourth in the nation regarding child poverty. This is something that I think I just need a different way of measuring the two against each other to see the gap. For the fourth one, I think that I'm trying to remember our dialogue about that. First of all, that is the area that we met state standards. We got a 3 in that category because we so accelerated whatever in the world we were doing. And I think that was great, because I think that's the ultimate expectation of the community, is that when the children leave here, they are ready, whatever it may be. So I think that goal could be higher, but I'd like to keep it at exposing the greatest number of kids to doing it, because I think that's our responsibility. I totally understand wanting to up the type of programming, but I also know that's dependent upon the state. It's dependent upon finding a staff member, and finding staff members that have the credentials to do career tech is very, very difficult. So I'd really like to be able to expose the greatest number of kids, even if it's just that first step. I think that would be beneficial. And on the final one, I don't know how the time frame works with the strategic plan and having a financial plan as well. I think I agree with this, number 5, for sure. I just think that there might be parallel timelines there. And I would like to add to that the improvement of the financial data that appears on the state report card, as much as having a budget, because that last page of the state report card, it doesn't read that well for us. And I think it's a matter of how we've been categorizing stuff or what counts as what. It's not that but we don't look that good on that, as good as I think we are. But I'm totally supportive of 1 and 2, and certainly supportive of 5, and need to have a way of actually comparing 2 very different groups for number 3, and I think the 4th one can be more aggressive if we have it be about the greater number of kids taking those first steps in multiple programs that we already have and we're going to add to. That's fine, but that's where I am on these 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Craig.
So to address one thing that Vice President Bolden raised, technically the state does offer out guidance that says basically households that are at or below 185% of the federal poverty guidelines. So I mean, I think we can find some way to measure that information out to define what economically disadvantaged technically equates out to. It also sets it as qualifying for free or reduced lunch, but that, again, goes back to not necessarily who gets it, but who qualifies for it. So I think there's an easy way to kind of figure that one out. As to the goal recommendations that you provided, again, I think 1 and 2 fairly reasonable to me. I think there may be some potential for 1 that might be I think there are some schools that may provide a bigger bounce back than we expect, but again, I also understand why we would do some level of caution as well, because I think we can say that now, but then we could be looking here 2 months from now and see some other craziness come down the line that would cause our students to feel some kind of way. And I still have a very distinct concern around the entry of our multilingual learners, and especially at those early ages, because I think we are seeing some of the schools that have the largest collection of multilingual learners are also the schools that have the lowest percentage of students on 3rd grade reading level. And so, like, to me, that I know from experience with some folks who are teaching those schools, you have students who come in the 3rd grade who don't speak the English, don't speak their native language well enough, let alone speak English. But because they come in at a certain age, that's where they get put sometimes. And so I have some reasons to think that we may not see it, but I also have reasons to believe we could far exceed that number. I wanted to tap into something that Board Member Lindy raised with regards to the workforce credentials. And again, I probably have been on the biggest soapbox about this. So I know that I am probably repeating myself over and over again, but I just find the standards that the state offer doesn't actually prepare our students to go out into the world. And it bothers me that when we have industry partners and we have folks who are like our businesses and stuff who say the test that they give at the state doesn't mean anything to us. You start at the very beginning and you start over. Really is doesn't really prepare them for anything. I also recognize it is a process to get things approved as a career tech. And whether it's the instructor, whether it is programs, I think there might be a way to kind of compromise some of the ideas there, which is 1, to expand the opportunities to offer some of the higher credentialed courses that we already offer, and that idea of expanding the numbers that we'd offer. Could be that goal 4, and I don't know the exact wording I would want to use on it, but I do like the idea of expanding the potential for schools that offer 7 or higher credentials. So that might require you to expand the number by 1 or 2, like to get new ones in, but it also really talks about getting some of these that are higher level, at least an opportunity for a student to have that course or to find a way to take that. And the reason I say that also is because I again know that we have so many partners within our community who've been begging for ways to connect in, and like even something like entrepreneurship is an area where we've had a lot of folks begging to be a part of the conversation. Medical administration, IT, some of these others that are really about technology that we could use ways of maybe thinking more creatively. But I say all that to say that's for offering that so that you build that for the next school year, not this school year. And I think that is reasonable to say, because I think, again, this school year, it would be weird to come in mid-semester and say, this is what we're now offering at a school that nobody signed up for yet. But it also may be harder to do as a second semester of this school year. So, I mean, I can see a potential of saying expanding the offerings as well as the opportunities at schools for credentials that are 7 credentialed or higher. The other parts of that is the reason I think that's also kind of a good thing to do is there are a lot of credentials that are potentials out there, but to your point, that requires you to go through a process within the state. So even if you were just able to expand I think Board Member Lindy said there were 8. I think even if you expanded 3 or 4 to other schools, right, or 2 to other schools, that may be the goal, right? Like we want to get 2 more schools that offer, whether it's medical administration or IT or something, or even one of the ones that are higher level that we offer. I think that gives students more access to stuff. I think then we can start to build in that strategic plan. What are we talking about when we say credentials? What are we talking about when we say, you're going to graduate with some skill to go into an industry. And then maybe who are those strategic partners as part of your strategic plan that can also start to offset some of the potential costs and potential things that go along with those programs? Because I think that's one of the other hard parts, is that you look at the list of the ones that are like 12 credentials, there are things like getting, your black belt in Six Sigma, in Lean Six Sigma, right? That's a really hard, like, there are adults who don't do that in 6 years. Like, and so like, I'm not sure that there are that many schools who offer that. But other things in there are ones like the medical administration and IT that are maybe something we could potentially start to offer in some way or not, and connect up to some of our, like College of Mount St. Joe, Cincinnati State, UC, Xavier, and NKU, NKU. But I think those are all things I would want to see. The strategic goal for your year would be to build that. And maybe then what we would then be looking at is that next year is the implementation, right? And I think that gets us a little bit more into thinking about how do we go from creating 1-year goals for you that like every year we just kind of build okay, now go to 3, now go to 4, right? Now go to 5 people doing this. But to think about what prepares the next year's goals to be successful also. And so those are my little 2 cents on the 5 there.
Thank you. I'm gonna let Board Member Mapp go.
Okay. So thank you for sharing your potential goals for 25-26 school year. As we talk about the goals and we talk about the evaluation process, obviously this is a critical piece of work that we would do in collaboration so that there can be that level of accountability and that direction moving forward. As I'm looking at the goals and just knowing based off of the feedback that was provided from this evaluation that we just approved, I'm interested in seeing us stretch a little bit more. I know that this is just for next year, but I think that in seeing where we are, again, we are possibly playing it safe in terms of what the expectations are for our goal targets. And so the question that I asked during the instructional plan presentation was, now that we have this plan in place, are there areas that we are able to stretch our targets and be more robust with with your goals? Board member or President Moffitt spoke about why are we here, right? Or that question of how do we get here? And I don't necessarily know that that question is for the assistant supes or the deputy, but I think is more directed to the superintendent. And so being able to identify why we are where we are in terms of whether we've seen progress or whether we've seen a regression, and then how are we going to put things in place? And so I know that it was mentioned around the report card simulator. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because does that help to generate maybe the targets or the trends? Can you just speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. So far with the report card simulator, we've mostly done that at the high school level, where you have a target that you think you're aiming for, and you look at where your students are and you plug them into a process to see where is the gap and what things need to be put in place to bring the kids up to whatever that gap is or whatever that target is.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that, because, again, just thinking about the targets from this past evaluation to now, I really do want to stretch ourselves. And again, not where it's not realistic, but I am more interested in seeing more intentional effort around our growth. And so there's an instructional plan that has been supported or that you have presented and championed. I want to see that same alignment from that instructional plan reflective in the goals. And so when we're talking about the 55.7% to the 58.7%, so we're kind of, most of the goals are at a 3 percentage point or a little above a 3 percentage point target. And so if we are able to see a little bit more of a stretch there, is what I would be interested in seeing, especially for our third grade, as well as with our Algebra 1. And then if we go to the goal 4, is the CCP and ACT free remediation scores, is that incorporated in the process of being able to earn an industry recognized seal?
No, ma'am, the industry recognized seal is for a career and technical education attainment.
Okay, okay. So as it relates to this, I would be more interested in moving beyond just the exposure, right? But really being able to lean into, as my colleagues talked about, making sure that there's the actual, preparation and attainment to being able to step into employment. And so I think as this is reading down is just earning the industry recognized seal, but to be able to strengthen what that target is. Since we've done so well, as Board Member Bolton talked about, I think we can expand that just a little bit more too.
Okay, Board Member Weinberg.
Since we are talking about percentage points, and just to go a little bit off of my colleague here, what would be the rationale, Superintendent, in terms of how you were able to get to your numbers that you are suggesting for this? What would you say your rationale is?
So one component of my rationale is when you look at setting targets, in general, a standard is a 3% increase over time. That's pretty standard when you're setting goals and setting targets. As I mentioned with third grade reading, we did take a bit of a step back. With Algebra 1, we made a big jump. And so for me, going more than the 3%, I'm a little cautious because we did have a big jump. The sixth grade reading gap with the economically disadvantaged versus the non-economically disadvantaged, we, over the period of time, the last several years, 4 years or so, have not done well in that area. The gap is widening, and so that is going to be my stretch goal, quite frankly, just because of where we have been as a district historically. The percentage of concentrators earning 12-point industry recognized credentials, these credentials are not easy. They're very hard, and they are credentials that even adults aspire to attain. And so that's why I feel like this 3 percentage points there is reasonable. Most of our 12 points, as mentioned earlier, are right now at Woodward Career Technical High School. Expanding that would mean a financial piece to get additional teachers, to get additional equipment. The 12-point credentials are, generally speaking, around some of the construction pieces, and those construction materials and to build out those labs can be expensive. Welding can be, finding a welder to be an instructor can be very, very challenging, or find any professional in these areas because they do have to have X amount of work experience. So that's why partly my rationale around the 53 to 56% there.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go because I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to take a point of privilege here, just a little bit. But I do want to direct board members to some of the data that was presented to us. Superintendent Murphy, and I think you may have it as well. I personally think that the numbers that you presented are rather low. I say that because they feel very safe. And considering that we just praised you for 4.6, I think you can do it. So I would like to look at some of the data that says the state average, and then it talks about the average change per year of other comparable districts. And Board Member Lindy and I we differ on some of the comps of districts. But when I look at the state change, it's higher, the rate of change is more, it's higher than what you've presented, but it's also more in alignment with a larger number. So for me, I think I just went up on average of 5 percentage points on 1, 2, and 3. And I'm also going to remind my colleagues in the public that we're talking about 50%. We're talking about low numbers, and we're, to me, playing it safe. We're talking about proficiency. Rob, if you can go up just a little bit on 1. We're talking about the percentage of third graders safely rising from 55.7 to 58. I would feel better if we pushed that to at least 60.7, which is just the 5 percentage points, because it gets us out of the 50s. That bothers me. When we're talking about numbers, but all of these numbers are attached to proficiency of students. And I think that, I think if just looking at your trend data, you were able to move it higher. I understand that there may be some challenges, but I'm proposing 60.7% for 1. I went up to 52.1%, again, getting us out of the 40s, not just a little bit, but some significant movement. I understand that there may be some challenges there, but realistically, I think that it is possible, particularly looking at the rate of change that we demonstrated previously. Looking at number 3, the 6th grade reading gap going down from 50.7, I thought 46 seemed a little bit more reasonable based upon the rate of change that we previously demonstrated. With regard to number 4, part of my consternation with career tech is that I think that we are not as efficient with career tech as we could be. I think that we've got robust opportunities in apprenticeships with our unions. We've got robust opportunities in partnerships that have asked and begged to be at the table to provide those opportunities for our students. We've got staff that can provide some of the, like cosmetology. We've got staff who are cosmetologists. We've
It
got,
doesn't count, though.
no, I understand that.
Okay.
Thank you. I just think that we can be more creative, and I want to invite that challenge to you to be more creative. I do know we've left significant money on the table, and when you say that that there's a financial challenge, we've left money on the table. And I think that we need to encourage exploration of broadening opportunity so that we can truly meet the goal. And so for me, I increased that a little bit. The last one is, I didn't have enough information at the moment to make that determination, so I'm fine with yours. But I just think that we're talking about proficiency of students, and with all of the great things that we've seen as far as curriculum and programming, and we're partnering with our teachers at the table to make some significant changes, and they're buying in, and we're able to really make some movement. I think that we can make this happen with a little bit more significant change and aligning with some of the average changes that we've seen and also that are aligned with the state. So I'm proposing 60.7, 52.1, 46 for the first top 3. Thank you. Board Member Lindy.
Mr. Problem, I think, I know you have to hit the facility. I've been out twice myself, so it's a long meeting. I was going to say, we can get you when you come back, but one process suggestion is that we vote one goal at a time. It just might be a way of like getting some clarity and moving things forward. We don't have to do that, just one way we might do it. I think lots of great thoughts, and I could probably get on board with any number of things people have suggested. I didn't talk about goal 1 or 2 when I went before, and I just wanted to come back to that for a second. And I wanted to tie in, I think, some of the comments that President Sellers made during hearing the public, also some of the suggestions from Dr. Moffett. I really do think this is the most important conversation we're going to have in a long time, because it gets to what do we believe is possible for the students who go to Cincinnati Public Schools, and what do we think our job is. And my colleagues here know this because we've been talking about it in some of our executive sessions, and I wrote about it in the op-ed, so none of this is new, but I think it's really important to look at growth, not just what % of kids are passing the tests. If you look across Ohio, even if you just look at the districts that serve almost all economically disadvantaged kids, like Cincinnati Public Schools, you can see over the last 3 years, not how many kids pass, but how much improvement has there been in the share of kids that pass. And you can take those districts, you can rank them, and you can ask yourself, gosh, what is the fastest improving district in Ohio? What is the slowest improving district in Ohio? What's the middle? And so for me to vote in support of something, it has to be the case that we're growing above average. I can't think of a single reason why the students who go here can't improve as quickly as any other student in Ohio. I know that we have homelessness challenges. I know that we educate students growing up in poverty. I know we have crime issues in our community. I also know we have enormous assets in our community. And every single parent of a student in CPS believes in their kids and wants what's best for them. And so for us, where we set these targets, I think really matters. And so what I keep coming back to is, let's look at what the top quartile of growth is across the state of Ohio. Wherever we're starting, surely we can aspire together to improve at a rate that is in the top quartile. And so I pulled a bunch of these numbers. I shared them with my colleagues. We'll make sure we get a copy that's posted on board docs too. I think, frankly, the third grade reading target is really close. It's close enough that I'm happy to support it. It says we're going to go from 55.7 to 58.7. That would be the 72nd percentile for improvement. That's great. Would I be happier if it were 75th? Yes. Am I going to vote against it because of the difference between 72 and 75? No, that seems petty. So I think that's great. But if you go to the Algebra 1 figure, 3 points is really different. If you look at growth across Ohio districts, even if we're just looking at districts that serve almost all low-income students, 3 points of improvement would put us in the 35th percentile, the bottom 35th percentile. That's well below average. And I cannot in good conscience vote to support a target that says what we expect of our kids and our staff is to be in the bottom third for improvement in the state of Ohio. I just can't vote for that. So I just think that the numbers in the context really matter, because I think it speaks to what we believe is possible for children and what we think our job actually is. And so I'm happy to support the first one. I'm happy to support the third one. I'm happy to support the fifth one. That's already 3 out of 5, at least from my perspective. There are really good arguments about number 4 on all sides. I think wherever the majority of the board lands, happy to support it. I think 2 has to be higher. What I would recommend is that we try to be in that top 25th percentile. And for us to do that, the target would need to be 53.9. And again, we know that's possible because a quarter of districts in Ohio are already showing that kind of improvement, even districts that serve almost all low-income kids like we do. And again, just as that process point, one way we could move this forward is to vote one goal at a time and see if we get some wins on the board. Thanks.
Vice President Bolton?
Yeah, I have a question about the credentials. What role does the credentials, as we've been discussing, have on the graduation rate?
Earning these industry recognized credentials can help you with graduation for sure. So while you have, of course, your credits to graduate
Sure.
in the state of Ohio, your state testing. You also have the opportunity to graduate with credentials, whether they are stackable or the individual 12 points.
Thank you. So that's another reason why I think it's important to make it wide open, and I would suggest doing both, adding some courses with the higher level and also having it be as the number of kids participating. Again, I don't want to depend upon the state or depend upon trying to find a certified licensed career tech person as part of the job, but I would say maybe do both, and obviously the one would have to be for the following year, because that's how long it takes, even to get it done. I know we've gone through 18 months of trying to get certain courses added. So back to the idea of I think it was 206 districts that Member Lindy pulled out regarding third grade reading, if I'm reading it right. When I looked at those 206, and it is economically disadvantaged, and we already said why that is not really the true cohort of actual income issues and challenges. That list that you did give us, and I think it's important, when I looked at Akron and Canton, Cleveland, Toledo, Cincinnati, Dayton, I didn't find Youngstown for some reason. Over the 3-year span for third grade reading, Akron showed 7.9 improvement, Canton showed 9.9, Cleveland showed 4, Toledo showed 7.3, Dayton lost a point over those years, and Cincinnati Public went up 11. So, I mean, we have been on a good trajectory on that third grade reading, but I don't want to make aspirational goals that don't show the trend line. There is some trend line that shows it for the reading, but I'm the algebra piece, and I'm happy with, at least we have some agreement along the way on the 5 that the superintendent has chosen. But I also believe it is a mutual agreement, and it always has been, when we select goals and when we talk about how to hold the superintendent accountable. It is not a unilateral effort by the board. It is this kind, which is why I think we have this conversation in public. So I want this to be a mutual agreement. And I don't know if, I know we want to vote on things, but I also wouldn't mind to be able to have some reassessment or find some consensus between the board and the superintendent. After all,
Vice President
they
Bolton.
actually are the professionals.
Can you just read those numbers again that you just said? Because I believe that, if I heard you correctly, even the data that you just shared shows a higher CPS trend than the 3 points here. So
That's the point I'm making.
that it should be higher.
That one could be higher, and I think that's what I said, that you can read that and understand that. I don't know that the algebra one, where we've made the great stretch already, needs to be, yes. But I also am trying to point out that these are actual cohort schools for us, because the reality is it is not about poverty that is separating whether or not the kids necessarily are doing well on achievement or growing or showing value added. The real issue is we have a higher percentage, sure, of poverty than the state and our other districts, but we also have a higher percentage of kids that are on IEPs. We have a higher percentage than the state average of kids whose second language is English. Those are things that impact greatly. And we have a significantly higher number of kids that are experiencing mobility. Those 3 things have a lot more to do about achievement on these tests that the state sends out than whether or not some kids in poverty.
Oh, I
So
agree with you,
think
but
that's
I think
it,
it's also significant to point out I wasn't comparing us to those other districts. I was comparing us to our own trend data, which is significantly higher than what is here. So I wasn't even looking at the poverty rate and those other things. I was looking at, we've trended higher than what is here proposed. So I wasn't taking, that's
right.
that's
Gotcha.
just significant.
I was just responding to
ma'am.
that 206 district.
Yes, ma'am, Superintendent Murphy.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm wondering if the board would consider, for third grade reading, 55.7 to 59.7, which would be 4, not quite the 5, but higher than the 3. I'm wondering if the board would consider for the credentialing piece, if we were able to add 2 more credentials that were at least 7 points or higher for the start of the 26-27 school year, which means this year we have to work really hard to get there, okay? And then I think there may be agreement about the strategic plan, I don't know. The Algebra 1, I would really love to keep the 47.1 to 50.1.
Board Member Craig.
So on what you just shared with us, I was actually going to probably come somewhere near where you were at with the reading number as well as with number 4. I think that's actually a reasonable thing. And to be quite honest, I do think it's a challenge, but I also think we've got folks who, at least in my conversations I've been having out there are a lot of folks who've been begging to help. And this puts an onus on your team, though, whose responsibilities, and especially some of the principals as well, to be able to work with the partners that are around them, right? Like even, one of my concerns as well is that as we leave this next year, we will also be losing at least one of these 12 credential programs that's offered at Riverview.
We'll just move it.
And that's what I'm saying, but
I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying though is that we have a program now that we know that at some point in the next year, essentially will not be at that particular location. Now, it may be at somewhere else. But we also know that, like, for instance, as we're building the programs at Sailor Park, those are great opportunities to partner with Cincinnati, or with College of Mount St. Joe, who have a number of resources that could potentially build some of those things that we need that may not be a 12 credential, but maybe it's a 6, maybe it's a 9. I know the way that they structure those out is also really weird because it's like very few. It's like 9 and 12, basically.
I know, I don't know where it's at.
What happened to the 7/8? I don't know. Last time I learned, you count it up in certain levels, but I think the idea though really is that for all of the goals, some of these are going to feel like they need to be stretched, but may not be because of particular reasons. Some of them may not feel as much of a stretch, like the strategic plan is something we're already working on. Something's going to be there. I think it's something you'll achieve, but it's like a necessary thing that we will measure against, right? So I don't have a problem with what you've proposed in those numbers. The only thing I might say with regards to the Algebra 1 test takers idea, I appreciate and understand, and again, I will say we were in the 20s 3 years ago, y'all.
Right.
And so, like, I also note that is a far leap from where we were 3 years ago when we started the previous Goals and Guardrails number. The economically disadvantaged one for me, and here's where I think there's opportunities to do this. I'm very cautious until we see something that shows that we are actually heading in a positive path on that one to start expanding it, the number 3. And again, part of that is for me is that we saw a trend in the last year that some of those numbers went actually up. And even if we used, based on demographics, we saw those numbers expand in the gap. And I think that's one of those areas where I understand we want to push, and I think we should push, but I think pushing means that should not be, your goal should not be the goals the district leaves ourselves at, right? Like your goal should be where we can do. And then what we need to do is exceed those goals. And I think that maybe come into part of the conversation we'll have about what happens when we exceed the goals you said. What does that mean in our evaluation method? Because I think if we leave no space for that,
That's right.
then it's the idea of like, if you make it only great is what you can achieve, then what does good look like? And if good doesn't look good anymore, if good looks poor, have we really set great we really set the expectation of achieving great? Now, it's still also important to have loftier goals sometimes than what we think about, but I think it just has to have that space for us to exceed them. And so I'm happy to support the 4%, for the 4% increase for the third grades. Again, I'm also understanding of why we would stay at 3% for Algebra 1. I could even see us saying, 50.6, so it's like a 3.5. It's not much higher. And I can see us staying where we kind of are with the closing the gap, just because we are actually not heading in a positive direction right now. Know that would mean that next year, that would need to go a different direction. But I like your idea of expanding out to, and I would even maybe think about it in ways of looking at maybe the corridor, right? So to ensure that we would, by next year, we would have at least one higher than 6%, higher than 7%, in each quarter. So in theory, that would expand those opportunities around the district and provide a little bit more equitable look to the district. And then the fifth one is fine with me.
Make it into a motion.
Board Member Crossett.
Yes, thank you. I'm good with the 4% on the third grade reading. I understand, I think that the 3% increase on Algebra 1 makes sense to me. I think that the big increase we had this last year might be tough to repeat. So I'm fine with that. I think on the sixth grade reading gap, whatever number we determine the low income economically, wherever we are in that measure, I would like to keep it at, you've got a 6.2% reduction. So wherever we are, I just say, let's keep that 6.2% reduction. I think that's really aggressive. And, let's go for it, but still, it's going to be tough. On the credentials, I think if you just leave your goal for this year to go from 53 to 56% is fine, but with the idea that in year 2, you're going to start to add some programs. I think it's difficult for you to do that now. The budget's set. It's hard. There's so many things in that you cannot control. So I think you need a year to get there. And then, of course, the strategic plan is great. I do think that maybe it would be interesting to me to add a deadline date for that to be completed, maybe. I don't know if we can do that tonight, but I think that would be useful.
For which one?
A deadline to have
No,
the
for which
strategic
one?
plan finished.
Strategic.
The last
Yeah.
one. Okay.
I think she's got
Please.
that one.
So not, Mr. Cross, it's September 26, 2026? Not, that's how it's written right now as a,
Oh, I see. Okay, you got that in there. I don't know. Is that realistic? I mean, should we have it done sooner, before the school year starts? I think we need it maybe in August to set new goals. I'm not, well, let's see, we evaluate you in October.
and it may be, right.
Okay, well, I don't know. Okay, yeah, sorry about that.
Can I respond to that for a second?
Sure, Board Member Lindy.
I think I want to echo Member Crossett's suggestion about a date, and thank you, Superintendent, for including one. I do think the date should be earlier, and here's why. If it's going to include a financial component, it's got to be part of the budget we approve for next year. So I think at the latest, like June 30th, because otherwise we're repeating the same problem of voting for a financial plan that is disconnected from our strategy. That's nuts. But I love the date idea. I hear Board Member Bolden's thought on consensus. I do think that would be better if we can get there. But we might not be able to get there. I cannot in good conscience support an algebra goal that says our stated aspiration is to be in the bottom third, not for performance, but for growth. That's just for me, for this board member, I cannot in good conscience vote to say that's our expectation for ourselves. I think it has to be in the top half. My preference would be that it be in the top quarter. And I think when you look at the data, I think we know where that is. So the number for me would be somewhere north of 53% on that Algebra 1 target. What that's saying is that we're going to improve basically in line with what our trajectory has been. I think it sends a bad signal if we say we're on a stated trend line, and our expectation a year from now is that trend line is going to be worse. Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay.
Last thing, we're going to need to ask the public for more money, like at some point, probably within a year. We need to be able to say, look at the high expectations we have for what we can do here. I think this is where we demonstrate that, and I think that there's a clear path forward there.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go. I appreciate the 59%. I would just really push us to get out of the 50s. If we could just go to 60, that would make me feel better. But to stay in the 50s, it just makes me very uncomfortable for the third grade one. And our trend is higher than that. For the algebra, I had 52.1. That was at the 5 percentage points up. Board Member Lindy said 53. I said 5 percentage points. Again, we're trending much higher than that ourselves. So I think it should be more aggressive. What did you propose for the third one?
Whatever we come up with is a determine what's economically disadvantaged, just reduced by 6.2%. That's what the proposal is now. Just have that percentage apply to wherever we decide what the percentage is of the district.
Hold on.
That was pretty
No,
aggressive.
I was talking to the superintendent. That's okay.
I didn't suggest a change for the third one, so to close the gap from 50.7 to 47.7.
So you're maintaining that number?
Yes.
Okay. Well, does anyone else have anything else? Because I think we can go through these one by one just to see if we have any alignment
Just
to
on
progress.
career tech again, the suggestion is not to make it, besides adding a higher level course, which I think is a great idea, and we drop the idea of exposing more and more kids to whatever opportunities.
Well, the way I worded it was adding 2 more credentials that were at least 7 points or higher, which in my mind would expose more children.
But we're exposing more children to higher stuff, but we're not trying to grow the number of kids that are coming into the entrance level. We're already going to go down in graduation for a couple, at least one reason that I won't discuss. But
Well, the entrance level is a different conversation than earning credentials.
yeah. So we're dropping that? Or
Did you want to answer that question? Are we dropping that? That's what the
I
question.
hadn't thought about the entrance level. I hadn't thought about the entrance level.
Okay. Board Member Craig?
I mean, so technically, the credential requirement was to have at least 12 industry-related credential points. I think if the superintendent is able to expand access to some of the ones that are higher level, that means more students would actually reach the 12. So in theory, you would have that number increase from 50, like, it would increase by the exposure. I think what we are asking about this year, which might be a little bit different, is to prepare something for the next year, recognizing that this year she's still going to be working towards getting a higher number of students who are exposed, but it's how do we prepare for next year's group so that we have more opportunities to offer programming? At least my suggestion, add on to what she had offered, was to make it around the equity end of it, of trying to expand at least one in each corridor that would be offered out.
So I need clarification. I'm sorry. Maybe if you could just explain it like I'm two. Are we talking about, is this particular goal talking about exposure or attainment of the credential?
So originally, this goal is about attainment of the credential.
Okay.
Originally. But based on the conversation, my thought is now adding two more credentials that are at least 7 points, which they'll probably be higher than that, but are at least 7 points. I do like what Mr. Craig is saying, is looking at the corridors to make sure kids have opportunity.
Okay, I think that that's changed.
It changes it.
That changes it, which is a different conversation. I agree with what you're saying, but to me, then that changes the entire intention of the goal, to me, because it's not, well, because that's exposing more people to it, but they're not earning it.
But they're gonna earn, yeah, we expect them to earn it, attain it.
Board Member Lundy?
I just think it's great. Like, it's an example of a hard choice. Like, we are saying that we'd rather spend the energy creating a pathway to something that's going to be more valuable in the long run than running up the number of students who are getting credentials that are okay, but that actually don't help that much. You know, this is a strategic choice. I think it's a great idea, probably because I said it about 30 minutes ago. But I got all my good ideas from Mr. Craig. I credit him with this. But anyway, I think it's great. Thanks.
I think we're all tired. Board Member Weinberg?
Yes, so I did not go. I didn't know that we were all going to go around and share, and so I'm just going to be very quick. Just kind of looking at the proposed performance objectives, I do definitely think that all of them that are listed are great. I do like some of the numbers that the superintendent has proposed, and I do think that as we are thinking in terms of pushing our students, really making sure that we are stretching them. So definitely I see here in this algebra, the algebra one, making sure that we are not falling too low, that when we compare to the state average, that it's very low. And I know it's going to involve a lot of hard work, and I think that we can do it. I'm thinking optimistically here. And in terms of all of the other ones that you suggested, Superintendent, I do agree with those numbers. The one in question would be the algebra. So just kind of wanted to share that.
So is there any opposition to just going one by one? Okay, so that we can, I know we're all super tired.
What,
Board Member
where
Matt?
are we, I'm sorry, where are we with the third grade reading?
Well, I was gonna have the superintendent read what her new number is, and then we'll vote on it, each one. What was your new proposed number? It was 59?
Okay, I'm following my notes, right? So for third grade reading, my thought is from 55.7 to 59.7.
I move that we accept that recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? No. All right. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
I do, and I'm sorry about it, but just, I do want to see us move to that 60.7 as well. I mean, we've talked about that there's been a decrease in this area, but we have not received any significant explanation as to why there's the regression. And so, again, I don't want us to play it safe with any of our targets. And so I do want to make sure that we are stretching ourselves as a district to work towards moving beyond or extending our proficiency levels with our students. And so I would be more interested in the 60.7 versus the 59.7. Yes, that's, but again, I recognize that we'll vote on it, and I can vote based off of what I think is more appropriate. But again, we've talked about the third grade push, we've talked about the intentionality around the instructional plan, and so that would suggest to me that we are able to have supports in place to really move that data forward a little bit more.
Board Member Weinberg?
And what would be the points, the difference?
What would be
With
the
the
difference in
suggested.
what?
What would be
The
the?
60.7?
Yeah.
Well, given the fact that we were seeing progress with the data previously, and then we saw the regression. Again, we've never had any clear direction as to why there was a decline in that area, and what we were going to do to really strengthen that target. We've seen significant growth with Algebra 1, and I believe we can see significant growth with the third grade reading.
So it's about a 5-point increase. So you're thinking that we should stick with the 5-point instead of
Yes.
lower? Okay.
Superintendent said 59.7. She's proposing 60.7. Okay.
Are you offering an amendment?
Yes, please.
Oh, my goodness.
For me to decide if it's a friendly amendment or not, I really would like to hear from the superintendent.
So originally, I came in with a 3% increase, and the president said 5 to get to 60 makes sense to her. I think I was, my thought is the 4. I feel that's more than reasonable. And I'm not saying that's the lid to, I think the point was made earlier, but I have to make sure things are attainable.
Okay. Vice
I
President.
think,
I'm sorry.
it just is a procedural thing. I think the motion on the floor, there's an amendment. I think I respect everything about wanting to raise the bar. To increase that much would put us in the top 20th percentile, like better than 80% of the districts in Ohio. I'm receptive to the idea of wanting to keep it feasible. And so I do really appreciate where it comes from. But I think unless other people want to vote against it, like I would keep the recommendation at where it currently is.
Which is the 59.7. I'm just reminding people of that. The superintendent's recommendation is 59.7. Vice President Bolden.
Yeah, the two things to mention are this has to be a mutual agreement between and among us with the superintendent, and also the idea of having that bonus space also to try to achieve as well. So I think I'm accepting the change that the superintendent has agreed to, which is what is on the floor to vote on.
Okay, so it's 59.7 on the floor. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote.
All right, so it's clear, the goal is we will increase the percentage of third graders proficient in reading on the Ohio State test from 55.7% to 59.7% by September 2026.
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolden?
Yes.
President Moffett?
No. Number 2, we will increase the percentage of first-time Algebra 1 test takers proficient on the Ohio end-of-course exam from 47.1 to, what are you proposing, Superintendent Murphy?
50.1.
50.1. Okay. By September 2026. Need a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
Discussion? Board Member Lundy? Yeah.
This just sets the improvement target in the bottom third of growth for Ohio. I cannot in good conscience accept that. I'd like to propose an amendment that would bring this up to 53.1. That is lower than what I originally had, but, sorry, let's just make it 53.9, which is what I originally had. The reason the 53.9 is there is that would say we aspire to have growth. No, we commit to having growth that will put us in the top quartile for improvement, not for achievement, but for improvement. So I would ask the motion maker if that's a friendly motion or not, but I think we got to strive higher.
Is there friend?
You can go to discussion first.
Oh, okay. Any further discussion, Board Member Weinberg?
Yeah, I just wanted to check in with the superintendent in terms of with that number that you are proposing, would you be open to moving that up a little bit? And if you are open, what would you suggest? And you can say, no, you don't want to.
We had a big gain this year. And so I am concerned about keeping up that level of gain. And with all due respect, Mr. Lynch, your proposal is 12. I mean, I don't know. I've never heard of people setting, right, from 47.1 to 53.9.
It's six, that's 6.8 points.
6. I don't know people who go much higher than 5. I don't know.
So Superintendent, back to
Back
the
to your
question.
question.
Yes. What would you propose
Is
if,
there any other, I would ask the
Yes.
board, is there any other number that's acceptable?
what would be a number that you would propose? If you could give a number, besides the one that you just gave us of the, of the 50.1.
Yeah, I think
Would you propose 52.0? Would you propose 52.5?
what if that one is a 4 point as well, 51.1?
So you would propose 51.1?
And don't if you don't want to.
Board Member Craig.
So I do want to point out for some clarity, as I'm looking at our originally passed goals from good old 2023, where we said we would increase from 30% in June of 2023 to 50% by June of 2027. Again, and those were 5% increases, which we, yes, to a certain extent have reached in some years, but it's in part between different times we did not meet that goal and other times we did. And so I think the 4% is a reasonable compromise into reaching that space, even because at that time, we only said 5% increases every year as the goal. So, I mean, I guess I'm in little ways wondering, how do we go from 5% to more than 5% as the expectation, given that even we were at 5%, we were barely, if not, we were not necessarily, because up until this year, we were not close to reaching that goal. So, I mean, I think I could see us saying something like a 4%, which would still put us above where we said we would be when we originally set these goals in 2023. Because this year would be that June of 2027 number, which again is only at 50%, according to what we said then. And I'm not saying that to say that that has to be the perfect number, but I think we also have to recognize that, yes, we're a little ahead of where we expected to be, but we're not that substantially ahead. And so, again, I think if the superintendent is open to adding another percentage point to make it, was it 51.1%? I don't think that's an unreasonable number. I think it is a stretch goal, and I think we also have to be mindful of that and how we evaluate and give feedback throughout the process. And then I think this also goes a little bit into, again, if we leave no room for that idea of having a bonus, what's the point of having a bonus? So I would throw that out there as just a thought. Again, I'm open to other proposals with regards to a friendly amendment.
So I just want to comment, because your question was, how did we get above the 4? I'm looking at the trend data of CPS. School year 21-22, we were at 27. We have averaged a change of 6.7% every year. So to stay at 4 is significantly under what our own average has been. And so that's what I meant when I said that I'm not looking at other districts. I'm looking at what our average trend has been. So our average trend, 23-24, was 38.3. Last year, it went up to 47.1. Previously to that, it was 29.9. The average change is 6.7. So I thought a compromise, I said 52.1, but 53 is still well below what the average trend has been for CPS. And so, and also, I want to just share this. For us to go so low makes me question the confidence that we have in the things that we're putting in place. Because I believe that the things that we're putting in place are going to really, really benefit us and help us. And so I trust that, and I and I trust the team. So I think that we can depend on that average change to be consistent. So the average change was 6.7, and I think to go up above 50 is fair, because that's based off of what we've been doing. So that just answers your question. Vice President, the number that was proposed, well, Board Member Lindy said 53.9.
So I said 53.9, and I just wanted to, this is exactly the point you're making, Dr. Moffett. I couldn't agree more with everything you just said. So the number was 53.9 for exactly the reason you said.
There's a question on the trend on 6.7 over how many years?
It was the average. So what's on this paper is school, 21, 22, we were 27.1. 22, 23, we were 29.9. 23, 24, we were 38.3. 24, 25, we were 47.1. So that average change is 6.7.
I just worry that this last achievement is more of an anomaly than it is necessarily a continuation of a trend.
I would agree, but even the years before.
So I have a problem kind of working the trend backward with that anomaly being the top part, and I think the 4 is reasonable.
Okay, so what we have on the table is that Superintendent Murphy, what did you suggest?
Point of order, real quick. Who made the motion?
Say it again.
Who made the motion? Okay, so I had offered an amendment. I still don't think we know if it's a friendly amendment or not a friendly amendment.
I would just, and again, I understand everything you all are saying. I think for me that to go to a level in which it was not, we haven't seen a consistent 6 each year. We've seen 1 or 2 years of substantial, and other years we saw 2 or 3. And so for me, that is, it's too high to set as the goal to say that this is what she has to achieve. I am happily willing to entertain numbers below that point that are more in line with what we even said when we did this goal 4 years ago. Because again, to me, that is more in line with us being consistent with the expectations we set on the superintendent then, the expectations we set on the district then, the things that we said we were putting together in programs and systems to get these numbers up then, that I think have been successful, yes. But I just don't think going to that level for me would be considered a friendly amendment at this time.
So that's not a friendly amendment. It was still on the table, which was your number of what? What was the?
I think the superintendent offered out that she would do.
50.1.
Yeah, right now it's at 50.1. I think the superintendent offered out that she would feel comfortable with 51.1 as a friendly amendment, which I would happily take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? Member Crosser, do you have your mic off or on?
Does it need a second? Oh, you're.
Member Lindy?
This, I won't belabor this. I'm going to vote no because this sets our expectation that we're going to be in the bottom half for improvement of districts in Ohio that serve low-income students. I think we can do better than that.
All right.
Vote.
Let's vote. And I will read it. It says we will increase the percentage.
Please.
The percentage of first-time Algebra 1 test takers proficient on the Ohio end-of-course exam from 47.1 to 51.1 by September 2026. Mr. Guston?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolden?
Yes.
President Moffett?
No. Number 3, we will close the 6th grade reading gap of economically disadvantaged students and non-economically disadvantaged students from 50.7 to 47.7 by September 2026. Is that the number that you're desiring to keep? Yes, ma'am. I need a motion.
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
Second? All right. Any further discussion? Vice President Bolton?
Just with an asterisk regarding economically disadvantaged, just needing a definition for that, not tonight, but something that classifies it.
I'm sorry. Board Member
State
Lundy.
definition, I guess.
I'm just not, I want to make sure I'm following. Are you suggesting, Member Bolden, that we explain to the public what this means? Or are you explaining we use a different category?
A little bit of both, but most particularly, I want it to be a true category regarding income, rather than economically disadvantaged as to accepting the lunch and breakfast. I want it to be an actual group where it is about income. And economically disadvantaged encompasses too many folks, but there is a state definition of what the income piece would be. So that's
I think that the definition that ODEW uses is this. I'm confused about what the alternative would be.
lower income. I mean, economically disadvantaged is that 90% stuff, everybody, it's who's accepting lunch and breakfast. That's not necessarily determined by income.
I'm not 100% sure that's true.
It is.
Well, we're not going to fix that part tonight.
Just put an asterisk
Board
and we
Member
can
Craig.
hold it.
Well, so the definition is offered on the Ohio Department's website is that the students who are up to 185% of the federal poverty line, or that they qualify for free or reduced lunch. So not necessarily receive, because people can receive it who don't necessarily qualify for
I
it.
can live with that.
So if you're cool with that one, which is the definition they have on their site, then I think that's still a fair thing that the superintendent can work with.
Cool.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Board Member Weinberg, do you have your mic off? Okay, I didn't know if you were going to say something. All right. Mr. Guston.
All right, Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett,
Yes.
Mr. Lundy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice President Bolden,
Yep.
President Moffett.
Yes. Number 4, we will increase the percentage graduating concentrators who earn at least 12 industry recognized credential points from 53 to, what was your number? Oh, wait.
So we changed that one, right? Did we
Okay.
change that one?
Yeah, we did.
I think we changed that one. Let me get this together. We will add 2 additional industry-recognized credentials of at least 7 points. The asterisk is considering the corridors.
Okay, so I'm going to let you read that,
Yes, one more time.
the whole thing.
We will add 2 industry-recognized credentials of at least 7 points by September 2026.
All right, does everyone understand that one? Does anyone,
So
sorry.
moved.
Second.
Thank you, discussion. Board Member
This
Mack.
was already mentioned, but I just want to make sure that I'm tracking. So does this in any way impact what our current goal is under our strategic plan with the goals and guardrails?
So there's currently a goal in the strategic plan that combines college and CTE. I don't know about heart, I apologize. But because they're 2 different measures is why I wanted to break it out. And because we've had so much discussion about workforce is why I selected CTE.
Okay, so ultimately, from my understanding, that goal will remain, but you're disaggregating out, like this will be your focus to really lean into strengthening this area.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Number 4. Oh, okay, you wanted to read it? Okay, can you read it one more time? This is Board Member Weinberg. We all heard you, but Board Member Weinberg.
We will add 2 7-point or higher, that's not what I said before. We will add 2 industry-recognized credentials that are 7 points or higher by September 2026.
See? Any further discussion? Board Member Mack.
One more thing, so as it relates to this, is there, I guess, language or a way that you can connect this to graduation?
I can say for graduating concentrators, but I don't think that's what you really want me to do. Because I'm thinking of listening to the whole conversation.
I'm just thinking about our graduation goal. Yeah.
I'd have to think that through a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a different vantage point.
Okay. So,
most of the kids who are earning credentials, for the most part, are seniors, for the most part. Especially if they're at 12 points, because to be a concentrator, you're going through a series of courses in a particular pathway. So for example, I am in health technologies and I want to do STNA. There's a certain number of courses that you have to take in order to sit for that credential. For phlebotomy, there are certain courses you have to take to be able to sit for that credential. So this whole concentrator thing, graduating concentrator, I don't know, I think I gotta wrap that in there. But keep in mind, so I need to also, before I answer you reasonably, look a little deeper at what is 7 points, because some of the smaller ones, 3, are things like first aid that anybody could get. Stop the bleed. There's a few. So,
okay.
sorry, it's not the best answer.
It's okay, it's late. Anything else?
Yeah, so again, still just thinking about what those overall, those main goals are. But I do like the fact that you've decided to lean into those concentrator pathways and strengthening those, because to your point, we have had significant discussion around that. So I appreciate you for really trying to work to honor the discussions that the board has had and shared with you.
And so let me not, I don't want to mislead you. You can also do something like welding and get a 12-point credential and not been in a pathway. So for example, I know students who have been in manufacturing who can take the welding and earn that 12-point credential, but you can also be in construction, take the welding and earn that credential. So I don't want to mix the two. Right now, I think we're talking about adding opportunity and earning the credentials at the same time.
You good? Okay, Board Member Craig.
I was just going to raise, I think we should be careful about not also conflating graduation rates with any of these numbers, because graduation is a lagging number that we track.
Yeah.
And so what we really would be measuring when we talk about graduation rate is the kids that already graduated, not the kids who are graduating this year. So that's the other part to it, is that we may have some numbers that don't materially connect when we combine those two. But I do think the idea is that students are more likely to graduate with the necessary credentials if higher level credentials are offered in a more equitable way in the district. And then potentially, as we expand the idea of having more of those, we're then offering them more experiences that actually relate to them being able to take a skill out of there from here. I think right now the concern is really, we've done a lot of work with, and there's a chart that's been provided, I think the superintendent provided, and we all sent it. But a lot of our workforce credentials are in the 1s and 3s, which is not uncommon, but it potentially, again, learning stop the bleed is not necessarily going to expand your opportunities to a job anywhere else outside of maybe being a lifeguard, as it's a requirement for that. But that's, I think, is one of the things that we were kind of trying to discuss in it.
Okay. All right. Discussions over Mr. Guston.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice President Bolton,
Yes,
President Moffett.
Yes. The last one. We will create a 3-year strategic plan and supporting financial plan by September 2026. Is that date still applicable?
I believe you asked me to change it to June.
I believe that was June 2026, Mr. Lindy? Okay.
June 30th.
June
So
30th.
moved. By whatever date we approve the budget, with June 30th.
June 30th.
I had a motion accepted. Was there a second?
Second.
Somebody. Okay.
All right, hold on. Who motioned? I'm sorry. All right. And who seconded?
Second.
Thank you. Sorry.
Any discussion? Are we all awake? Wake up.
We're awake.
All right, let's go. Mr. Guston.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice President Bolton,
Yes,
President Moffett.
Yes. Great job, guys. All right, so now, as we.
Last
wrap
thing
the-
before,
oh, yeah.
this is 30 seconds or less. The new policy requires the board by this meeting to do 3 things. We've done those. I just want to name this so that we're not confused about it later. We needed to approve last year's evaluation. It's done. We need to approve performance targets for this year. It's done. The third is approve in public the scoring methodology. So the way this is going to sum up to a final score next year so that it's not a surprise to anybody. We're not changing anything. So we looked at this in executive session, as we were allowed to do, but wanted to say this in the public meeting also. The only thing that is different is last year, any goal that was exceeded got a 6 on this 5-point scale. You can look at the spreadsheet if anybody's really interested. The only change we're making is we're not doing that this year. The highest you can get is a 5, but we're very interested in exploring the idea of a bonus for goals that are exceeded. And I just want to check with my colleagues, is there anything that I'm missing? But that would be the last part of what we have to do tonight. Thank you.
I think we're all good. I lost my train of thought, Ben. All right, here we go. We've got a proposed consent agenda has been distributed. Are there any exceptions? Do the board members, the superintendent, or the treasurer have any exception items to the consent agenda? Board Member Weinberg.
So Section E, page 8, line 2 through 5, 11 through 15. I may have to look at this one again because it looks like, 27 through 30. Well, let me get back to you on this one really quick because I see here that I typed something wrong.
Okay, Board Member Matt?
No, I'm still going.
I'm
still
sorry.
going. Let me say them, and then I'm going to come back and correct page 8. Sorry about that. So I'll start with page 9. Page 9, lines 7 through 12, 18 through 19, 22, 31. Page 10, line 2, 5, 7, 10 through 15, 17, 20, 24 through 26, 28, and 31 through 34. Page 11, line 8 through 10, 14 through 19, 20, 22, 33 through 36. Page 12, line 3, 5, 10, and 21. Page 15, line 7 through 10, 16 and 17, and page 17, line 14. In the treasurer report, page 5, line 2, page 8, line 1 through 5, and page 10, line 1. Thank you.
We are really going to talk about Board Member Weinberg as soon as the camera goes off. Board Member Matt.
I am going to go on record by saying Board Member Weinberg has me beat.
Gosh, that's crazy.
Finally, today I have.
I just would like to abstain from the treasurer's report, page 10, line items 5 and 6, and page 11, line item 4.
Does anyone else have a book to abstain from? Mr. Guston.
Do we have a motion? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
All right.
Any
Ms.
further discussion? Yes, Board Member Weinberg?
Yes, I did have a quick question about the treasurer's report on page, I think it was 13. Can we just get a quick explanation, Dan? And that's my only one. Sorry, guys.
Section, yeah. Like that.
Say it again. I'm pulling it up now. I think it's just page 13. I just wanted to have a little bit more context or understanding.
Yeah, so we had a construction project at Pleasant Ridge Montessori. There was an aesthetic difference in what was constructed versus what the plans were, just an aesthetic difference. But we negotiated essentially a allowance so that reducing the cost of the project by $100,000.
That's what I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Treasurer Guston?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolden?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. All right, so, are there any assignments that board members have? I do have one to review very briefly. Superintendent, a few months back, we talked about having a board meeting in the community at one of the schools. Can we revisit that and get an update of when that would be a good day, even if it's early next year, but like preferably this year? And then a reminder that the board retreat is on Saturday, October the 11th at 8:30 a.m. to all board members and the public. It will be streamed and you can watch it or come in. Any, Vice President Bolden?
Yes, I'd like to assign to the administration, if it pleases the rest of the board, as a follow-up to our conversation regarding the enrollment at high schools, just for the administration to share in memo form or whatever form, the administrative guidelines for that policy. Thank you.
Anything else? It's been a very long meeting. Thank you all very much for sticking with us and have a great night. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm about to get out of here. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is it for adjournment? Second?